Hi, Diana. Thank you for joining me on the podcast. How are you doing?
I'm very well. Thank you for having me on your show.
No, it's brilliant to get to speak to you. Obviously, part of one of wrestling's most famous families. And that's where I want to start, really. What was it like growing up in the Hart family household?
It was incredible. It was so much fun. It was really different, and I wouldn't trade it for anything.
You're the second youngest sibling. Was it, and there was a lot of you, was it a competitive childhood? Like, were you always competing with each other?
Uh, I suppose so, but like things that we were, you'd get into something over would be like who would get to have the cat sit in the front of the TV, and and I could get into a 20-minute headlock with one of my brothers over that under the dining room table. But it was I suppose it was good that we were, defended ourselves, but um, it was really a very trusting environment, and very loving. So, but I guess you do get competitive. I think my brothers were more competitive than with each other than the sisters were, and I suppose I was competitive with Owen, to some extent, but not like teams. But it would be like who could hold a pull up, like hold that position longer, something like that. But we didn't really, like we had like our family always by the Hart rules had these football games because there were so many of us, and you get neighbors and people from school and stuff that might come over and play in our like American or Canadian football, not European football. Anyway, we I was usually on the other side of Owen because we were similar in size. So but everyone was very, very gentlemanly. But we played by heart rules, so sometimes the outsiders didn't quite understand. But that's okay. We still kept our heart rules. So uh, they came in handy when people started to get, I don't know, get a little high in their britches for, I don't know. Sometimes heart rules just come in handy when you need to knock somebody down a peg.
Yeah, I'm going to say if anybody like said anything to you at school and you've got your brothers as backup, I'm sure like that didn't happen.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was a big thing. My brothers and my sisters would come by if there was someone giving us a problem. Was usually me or Owen because we were the littlest. But right up when I was in high school, if I had a problem with someone at school, any one of my brothers was. I remember Ross coming to the school to address somebody who was making fun of me. So Ross didn't bat an eye. He came to the school the next day and after school and addressed the kid, and the kid was very friendly and pleasant with me for many years. I don't know what ever became of that guy, but he was always fine. My brother Bret was really good with when Owen and I were in elementary school. Some kids had been picking on us. Like we were the farm kids, I guess. Like there was absolutely nothing wrong with us, but we were different, and it seemed like, and the from that wrestling family, and we didn't have a lot of money, so we didn't really have the latest trends in fashion that we wore. We were just really basic and down to earth, but you can be a target for things. So anyway, I remember some kids we were waiting. We weren't allowed to eat our lunch at the school. They had developed some rule that like none of the teachers wanted to sit. Apparently you had to have someone monitor you while you were, if you were going to be at the school eating your lunch. No one wanted to, so they decided my dad or someone would have to pick up the kids every lunch hour, and we only had an hour lunch hour, and my dad was so busy and my mom didn't drive. So anyway, my brother Bret was he had his license and was able to pick us up. And a lot of kids would just go home for school, go home for lunch. They would, they lived within walking distance of the school, so it was no problem for them, but we didn't live within walking distance. So anyway, these kids that were now in the bigger school that was down the road, probably 3 grades higher than Owen and I were, and they used to make a beeline for Owen and me on their way home from school, just like something in the movies. They just, take your marbles, literally. I know that's like sounds cliche, but take your marbles, or just do obnoxious things to you and antagonize. And Owen was quite younger than I was, so they're a year and a half difference in age. But so I would be like grade 5, Owen would have been grade 3, so he was pretty little, and I was too. But just these kids had that maturity because they were at the at the bigger school now and older. I mean, now they're not that much, in hindsight, we wouldn't be considered that much older, but when you're that in little like that, they seem like giants. Anyway, we told Bret, I didn't want to bother my mom and dad about it, and Bret grabbed the kids. They were making fun of us in all kinds of ways about wrestling and the cars we drove, and Bret grabbed the kid and twisted his arm and said, you think the car's a shitbox? Like, that's what he was calling it. And it wasn't. It was a beautiful Cadillac. Anyway, Bret made the kid the license plate of the car, and I was really proud of Bret for doing that. Sticking up for us, and it was happened. And my sister Allison also, she was pretty good at giving. Coming from the bigger school to the littler school, and people didn't know she was my sister. That's this particular situation. She walked down to the school and crossed the street, and she hauled off and kicked that guy so hard in the leg, and she said, "Leave my sister alone." And so, I grew up seeing that it is good when your family sticks up for one another, and we all should stick together. So I appreciate that my family was there for me when I was growing up.
Yeah, it's great to hear like the closeness you had. Were you known around Calgary as the Hart family? Obviously, with your dad being the famous wrestling promoter at the time, did you think you stood out in Calgary more than other families did?
We did. I think as kids we didn't see it as much, although we didn't see it, but at the same time there'd be an incident or a situation like my dad was famous, and we knew he was on TV, but when you're just going to school and home every day, and your life exists around your home, like we didn't really leave the home to do outside sports or anything, because for one thing, there's so many kids, you couldn't get us all in one car or get us to each other's different activities. It was hard when we were growing up to maneuver all of that, plus running the wrestling business from within the home, and my mom didn't drive. So we just, people came to us, but friends would come over, like I was saying, for the football games on Sundays, which started happening later, like in the later 70s. But growing up, like for one really good example of seeing how famous my dad was, but not really realizing it, we went, there was probably the lower dozen of the kids. The older ones, I don't remember them being there. So it was, I think Bret was there, Allison, maybe my sister Georgia, Ross, me, Owen, and we piled into my dad's car. And back then they didn't have all these tyrannical rules about, you know, everyone has to wear a seatbelt and everyone, you know, you can only have this many people in a car. You know, I'm sure people have their reasons for insisting on that, but we got along just fine riding in the back of the pickup truck and riding in the car without seatbelts. I'm just saying we didn't live by the regular, we never were in fear of anything happening bad, like, oh my gosh, you know, you didn't have your seatbelt, you're lucky you didn't die. It's like, well, nothing happened. We drove there and drove back. But anyway, my dad took us to this concert. It was at the Jubilee Auditorium, which is a really nice place. Still is very popular for concerts and presentations. Holds probably 2,000 people, but it's tiered and there's a stage. It's not surrounded. It's anyway. This rock singer, he was sort of country but rock, named Kenny Rogers. You may remember him. He had the he was, I love his music. He did a duet with Sheena Easton and
Dolly Parton as well.
Yeah, Dolly Parton. He did some with Dottie West. Yeah, he was, so my dad, I didn't know my dad knew him, but he was a wrestling fan from, I think it was somewhere in Texas where my dad had been wrestling in his earlier days. And Kenny Rogers was someone that sold tickets or sold programs, and he was a kid and knew my dad and looked up to my dad, and my dad took all of us, all of the kids, well, the lower half of the kids, and Kenny Rogers' eyes lit up and he was like, Stu Hart, and he was so nice. And we knew Kenny Rogers from the radio. Like, he was a big star, and we were so, it's like, oh wow, he knows our dad. And and he gave my dad, like he was very affectionate with my dad, and that happened again. Like, so that gave us an idea of my dad's exposure beyond Calgary. And another example of that was a band called Bachman Turner Overdrive. And they had originally been part of this band called the Guess Who, a Canadian band. And then Bachman Turner Overdrive was a huge band. They may have sold more records than the Guess Who. Taking Care of Business was one of their big hits. Anyway, same thing. You know, my dad walked in with the bunch of the kids, and we were like, we knew this band from the radio. And Hit the Road Jack was another a remake that they did, but you know, super popular in Canada and all over North America and the world. But my dad just walked in. But you know, when we were at school, we didn't have that kind of notoriety. We just seemed to get harassed a lot about that our dad was this fake wrestler, and we had, you know, dirty faces and ripped up clothes, and we're always late getting to school, and you know, it's like, whatever. We were probably the healthiest, most wholesome kids around. I for sure say that about my brothers and sisters. I might have had some nasty thoughts about some of those kids that were teasing me, but it, you know, it wasn't as bad for me as it was for my older brothers and sisters, because when Owen and I we did get a little, you know, back end of it, but things were starting to pick up. Like, by the time I got into high school around 1978, that was when when the Dynamite Kid came to Calgary, and just seemed like I was just old enough to start to appreciate the the caliber of my dad's wrestling and what was actually going on and the performers he had, and and it just seemed like the things were just sort of turning around. They had been really great for our family in the 50s, and then tyrants got involved and took my dad's wrestling license away, and that happened a few times, and all of a sudden there's no money and nothing, and you've got 12 kids. It's really hard. I've heard people say, oh, you guys didn't have it that bad. I'm not trying to say we had it the worst in the world, but it was hard with 12 kids. It really was hard, but my mom and dad never made. I saw them worry. I did see them worry a lot, particularly my mom, and I would feel very defensive when I'd go to school and people would tease me about, my dad being a fake. And it's like my dad was supposed to compete in the Olympics in amateur wrestling, and he's a professional wrestler on top of qualifying in amateur status. And how dare you say he's fake? And what I would see my mom and dad doing at the house, because that's where the office was run out of, how hard they worked all day, every week of the year. It didn't stop. Like, they didn't have seasons. Like, well, we shut down for, like, it was 12 months a year, 52 weeks of the year, 7 days a week, pretty much. And I just admire and I'm so grateful to them for what they did and what they instilled in us growing up. I mean, people change and we're not all the same that we were growing up, but growing up we were a very close-knit, happy family, despite and almost defiant, because the people would pick on us about our family and our wrestling. It's like, that's you drew the line.
You said there, like, they'd say your dad was a fake wrestler and stuff, but when people would go to the dungeon and he would have train them and have sessions with them, did they realise then that it wasn't a fake thing that was happening, like how real it really was?
Yeah, was we would see like professional athletes come through, like some of the Calgary Stampeders became football players because they did have a season. They'd only play summer and beginning of the fall, or like probably the Grey Cup here. That's the big football, the big thing at the end of our football season is the Grey Cup. That would end usually sometime in November. So in their off season, some of them would become wrestlers, and so you've got these professional athletes praising my father for how good a trainer he was, what a good athlete he was, what a good product he promoted, and how happy they were to be a part of it. And some of them carried on it when their football careers were over. They continued on in wrestling, and like one example was Brian Pillman, but that was like later in the 80s. He came up to play football for the Calgary Stampeders, and he met one of my brothers and was invited to come up to one of the camps, and he really fell in love with it. I mean, it was hard work, but he hit it off with everyone, but in particular my brother Bruce. And then he started, and he ended up actually leaving professional football to become a full-time wrestler for Stampede Wrestling. And another example is superstar Billy Graham, whose real name was Wayne Coleman. And he came up to play for the Calgary Stampeders and ended up training to wrestle, and he left his pro football career as well to become, I just think though guys like that had so much respect for my dad. So like whatever some peer at school that's the same age as you, hearing what his father is saying at in front of the TV while there's wrestling on their TV. If they didn't, if they thought my dad was a fake, why did they have the wrestling on in the first place? But because it would have been my dad's wrestling, it wouldn't have been, something from anywhere else. It would only have been my dad's wrestling. But in Canada, though they did get All Star Wrestling out of Vancouver. That was Gene Kiniski's. That was on a different channel, but those were the only two. So pretty much you'd only have, chances are that they're talking about your dad being a fake. It's because they were seeing stuff on TV and either couldn't comprehend how tough the wrestlers were, or they just couldn't help themselves. They just can't. They couldn't give my dad credit, and then these kids bring that to school, and then they sort of torment you with that, and then the next thing you know, it's recess, and you've got some kid in my go-to was the headlock. That was really the thing that I knew. Just like running towards the kid, and then just like putting him in a headlock, like I'm wrestling a steer, and then get him down to the ground, girl or boy. But I've always felt it was more appropriate for me to be fighting a boy than a girl. Like, fighting a girl isn't ladylike, but if you're going to fight a guy that's picking on you, that's okay. It's kind of was my mentality. But yeah.
With wrestlers like Roddy Piper and Andre the Giant that had come to the house and trained, were you in awe of them, seeing these people in your house and working in the dungeon?
Yeah, for sure, Andre. Roddy was guys like Roddy and Rick Martel and Jacques Rougeau. Became the Mountie. They were seemed like my brothers. Like, they were about, so I was sort of comfortable. They were big guys for sure, but I was kind of comfortable with their size, because they were kind of in comparison with my brothers. Roddy was he was pretty tough. Oh, they all were, but Roddy had been living on the streets since he was 13, and he was he was a pretty tough kid. But Andre, I was really scared of Andre when I first saw him, and he probably knew it, and he was really a gentle giant with me. The first time I saw him was at my dad's house, and he was waiting to see my dad, and Owen and I were approaching him almost like I don't know, like two kittens seeing a bear in their home, like, and then he just sat there and he let me play with he had a ring, and his ring could fit, like, I could actually get it over my hand. Like, I would have been little, but you got these flexible little child hands that are, it was easy to squeeze my fingers all together to get his ring on. But still, that just goes to show you how big, even if my hand was small, his ring was so big for one of his fingers, and he had like this wild hair, and his head, everything on him. His shoulders were. He was like a big. Well, he was a giant. I think he had to have known, kids and stuff might be intimidated by him. So he was very nice. And then, as time went on, he'd come back every year, a few times a year, to work for my dad. And he liked Calgary, and he would go out to our beach. We had Clearwater Beach, this really neat place that we could go in the summer. And again, one of these things like the wrestling, like, not many people own a wrestling business, and not many people own a beach. And as poor as we were at times. There was my dad when things were doing well. He bought a beach, he'd buy a restaurant, he'd buy an airplane to transport the wrestlers around it. Like, but then when there's no money, there's no money. And but we held on to the beach for a long time, and Andre would go out there in the summer. He'd come out for Stampede Week in July, and he had a great time out there. He really enjoyed it. He could go in the water, and it was two man-made lakes that were the river had been dammed off, so we could have these two big, huge lakes. One was a little one, was shallow water for the kids, and then there was one that was quite deep, and it had and there was like seaweed and stuff. It's really natural, like, you know, trees and wild animals running through it. Well, not like, you know, herds of moose or anything, but you could see moose in there, and deer, and those are what I remember, were moose and deer, but little gophers. But it was pretty neat. There was these two big dance floors, and I remember the wild Samoans out there, and they were cooking all. They loved it out there because it kind of reminded them of where I think they were before it was Hawaii, but Afa and Sika Anoia, Anawahi, but the wild Samoans, and they hadn't been anywhere really. They were just getting into wrestling. And they came up to Calgary, and they do these big barbecues out there and have fish, and they had their skirts on, like, and then swimming trunks, like they didn't wear pants, and then they had the wild hair, and you'd see them out there cooking stuff, and, you know, making a plate of some dish and giving it to Andre, and Andre speaking French, and they're speaking sort of broken English. Well, they all had pretty good English, but they just, you know, their dialects, and you get your, you know, your big, like big Texas Red Miller, and it was so fascinating, all these cultures mixing in, and, you know, midgets, and that was another. The midgets were out there a lot too, and one of the midgets he'd pull his guitar out, and then another one was playing the drums on a bucket of chicken, an old chicken bucket, like a cardboard, and he was using that as the bongo drum, and it's just a great way to grow up. But yeah, those Japanese wrestlers too, they were part of that melting pot, and some Mexicans, really, really neat, you know, then, so, yeah.
Well, can you remember when two English wrestlers came over in Davey Boy and Dynamite Kid? Can you remember the first time meeting them two?
Yeah, I can. I met them both in the same spot at my dad's house, but different years. I met Dynamite in '78, and it was around the same time. It was like late spring, and it was so funny. You know, Davey and Dynamite were first cousins. Grew up in Galborn, and, you know, lived a street apart, and so, you know, a lot of similarities. So when I first heard Dynamite Kid's voice, I you know, I didn't see his picture or anything, which I had with Davey later, prior to meeting him. But when I met Dynamite, I couldn't understand what he was saying. His Lancashire accent, and he had a different, like, cadence than Davey. He was more like guttural, like lion ball, instead of Davey would say lion ball, but his Dynamite's was more of a, you know what I mean, Mr. Foley. Like, he was just more guttural. And but I was so fascinated, and he was, I think he was 19 when I met him, and I came up from England to work with Bruce, my brother Bruce. Bruce is the one who spotted him, but I mean, Dynamite and Davey were both stars before they ever came to Calgary. A lot of people, you know, in complimenting how revolutionary Stampede Wrestling was, they kind of put it in that Davey and Dynamite broke into wrestling in Stampede, but they didn't. They were each well on their way. They had never been in any territory like Stampede Wrestling. It was unique, but they had been, well, Dynamite, I don't know where he had been besides England, but he was a big star in England before he came to Calgary. Davey, when I met him, he had already done a tour in Africa, South Africa, in March, April of 1981. So you know, he had been Big Daddy's tag team partner prior to coming to Calgary. He started when he was 15. Dynamite was, I think, started when he was 17. You know, maybe he had some matches when he was 16, but he was a little older than Davey when he actually had his, you know, first pro matches. But when I saw Dynamite wrestle on TV, like, I hadn't watched him live, but I saw him, they'd wrestle Friday night in Calgary, film the show, and they'd have to produce it that night, like all night long. Well, not all night long, but they'd produce it right after the show was done, to get it ready for Saturday afternoon TV. And a lot of that would go all across Alberta and into Saskatchewan, and it's a lot of work. And then they'd wrestle Saturday in Edmonton, and most of the time, a lot of the time, Sunday was a holiday for us. But anyway, you know, when I met Davey in the front room of my dad's, the front hall of my dad's house, almost the same thing. Again, you know, I talked to Davey. I couldn't understand what he was saying, but he had a different accent. But I was older now. I was 17. And Davey was 18, and I had seen his picture, so I was actually, and that probably was all inspired because of the impression the Dynamite Kid made on wrestling in Calgary. And when he was good looking, blue-eyed blonde from England, and wow, could he wrestle, like, unbelievable, the stuff that Dynamite could do and what he would bring out of the wrestlers he was facing. And it just, I mean, maybe I wasn't old enough to appreciate, like, some of the things that were going on in, you know, storylines, I guess, or performers in Stampede Wrestling prior to late spring of 78. But, you know, so I would have been 14. But by the time I'm 17, and I've had a taste of, well, watching more and more wrestling, and I would go to the odd show if I was allowed to for different reasons. You know, like if the Japanese were coming to work for my dad, I was there. I would present the Japanese wrestlers flowers. It was sort of a custom, a tradition, an honor. So anyway, when I met Davey in 81, I had my eyes open to more, like, you know, I've been to live shows, some, and I had seen a lot more on TV. And I was quite interested in it. And I saw Davey's picture in the files at my mom, in the office at my mom's and dad's. And I had heard that Dynamite Kid's cousin was coming over, and I was like, couldn't help but be a little bit curious. And, you know, there was kind of this underwritten rule, though, that the daughters didn't get involved with wrestlers, but that wasn't a consideration for me. I was just too young. Like, it would be like, you know, that, you know, like talking about, it was irrelevant to be saying, you know, Diana, you're not to go out with any wrestlers, because I was too young. It's like, why are we even talking about it? But the daughters just sort of knew the daughters didn't go down and sit in the dungeon when there's working out going on. You just wasn't considered very ladylike to be, you know, hanging out with you know, you talk to them or offer them a cup of tea, or, you know, piece of toast with butter or something, but not, you know, you kind of just knew your place. You're not, you know, my dad would not have been or my mom, they wouldn't have wanted us, flirting with them or anything like that. But um, in any case, I met Davey in '81, same place where I met Dynamite in the front hall. And again, I couldn't understand what he was saying, but I did have a little bit of a trained ear from like Dynamite Kids interviews and stuff. And I'm older, so he, I was actually like had my ears open, like my ears close to the ground. Like, is he going to come to the house? With Dynamite, it was just a chance meeting. Bruce brought him up to the house. They were on their way to, I don't know, Red Deer or somewhere, and again, the same thing with Davey. He came up to the house with Bruce, and they were on their way to one of the shows. It was like a 2-hour drive or something, and Bruce stopped to get something at the house. And we live out in the country, so it was, I don't know, that not, well, I don't know. It's just, I think it was a bit out of the way for Bruce to go get whatever it was. But while he was getting it, I was like, I heard that he was, it's almost like I had sensed he was coming to the house. And I went down and talked to him, and right away I was like Twitter-pated. I was just totally, and I honest to God was. And then after that, Davey was told by different people, do not, Stu's daughters are off limits. You're not allowed to go out with them. You shouldn't even be talking to them, especially not Diana. She's the youngest, and she's, the apple of Stu's eye. And if you're not worried about Stu, Helen is Mrs. Hart isn't gonna. She wouldn't stand for it at all. I kind of felt like when I met Davey, the thought of him fitting into, I had it all figured out. Like, it sounds funny, but it's like he's gonna work out so well in this family. He's friends with Bruce. He's never ever gonna talk about wrestling being fake. My dad likes his style, and his style is so unique, and he's so handsome, and he's going to fit in so well. It was just like I could see it all, like this vision from the age of 17. It was quite an epiphany, and it all did come to fruition for me, as far as that goes. And he did become a brother and a son and and my husband. But he was very close with my sisters too. Davey was. He was like closer with my sisters than he was with some of our own brothers, because he was around me a lot, and he'd like hang out with me, and he got to be, and he's good friends with Jim Neidhart, so he'd hang out with in Florida. We'd go boating and jet skiing and barbecues at Ellie's and Jim's, and so Dynamite didn't have quite that, although he did marry, kind of neat, Ethan's Dynamite kid married Michelle. Michelle was the sister to Julie, who was Bret's wife. And Davey and Dynamite were first cousins. So Michelle and Dynamite's kids are cousins to Harry and Georgia. Bret and Julie's kids are cousins to Harry, Georgia. Like there's a relationship, a blood line with that, but not with the rest of the family. Like Dynamite kids aren't blood related to any other kids in our family aside from Bret's and Julie's and Davey's and my kids. So it's kind of neat. And then we haven't talked about Natty and TJ, but my niece Natty, who's Ellie and Jim's daughter, that's gone on to do great things in the WWE. She married TJ Wilson, who is like he's part of the family. He kind of got involved in the early 90s and became Harry's best friend, and just like family. But it's funny that some people I've talked to have actually thought TJ is a cousin, and why did my niece Natty marry her cousin TJ? It's like, you Harts are really weird, but it's like, no, she didn't marry her cousin. He's just like family, but it's funny how that came up. And then Roddy Piper was there's some relationship, a blood relationship with him and my father's side of the family. I think it's my dad's mother and Roddy's father were second cousins or something, but interesting.
Yeah,
The
definitely. You mentioned Dynamite Kid was like the best of his time, and he's influenced a lot of wrestlers like after him. He obviously had his like dark side out of the ring and controversies. Uh, like, what were your personal thoughts on him? Was that hard to see him going through that?
um yeah, I'm I'll always be a fan of his. He was you know like he just had no patience for sometimes stupid things. How like I don't know. I don't want to sound like I'm too um, cruel of a person to be, that I'm a cruel person for saying this, but some of the wrestling today, I would be like, if Dynamite had that guy in the ring, he would not stand for that garbage that this guy, like the guy's doing in the ring. Like if some guy, for example, stuff that I see in wrestling where some wrestler will like pull the back of his trunks down and moon the guy or shake his rear end in the guy's face, like Dynamite would have snatched that guy so fast. It's like we're here to wrestle. We're not here to be doing that. I mean, that's if you want to do that, go join a circus or something. And I realize that there is a circus like atmosphere in wrestling, but or if a guy's not pulling his weight in the ring or he's getting too greedy with what he's trying to do in the ring and he doesn't deserve it, like Dynamite would uh, would snatch the guy, and sometimes he was unfair about things as well. I mean, I, I, I don't quite know what happened with him and Mick Foley in the tag match they had a long time ago. I think it was Mick Foley's first WWF dark match, and he broke Mick's jaw, giving
Mm.
him because he didn't. I don't know what he thought Mick was taking a liberty, or Mick didn't hadn't proved himself enough, or you're just this is your first match, know your role or something. I don't know. It was so I felt bad that that had happened to Mick Foley, and Mick never held a grudge. I mean, because he's friends with Bronwyn, Dynamite's daughter now and stuff, and but so there were times where Dynamite was very he could be ruthless, but at the same time, when you grew up, being trained the way he and Davey were, and a lot of these Japanese wrestlers, they're trained in different countries, and totally unrelated training circumstances. Like the Japanese dojo is completely different than the Wig and Snake Pit, where Davey and Dynamite both went. Davey wasn't he did train a lot more with Ted Batley, but they both had experienced the Wig and Snake Pit and the submission wrestling, and it's just like they were just taught, like, if you don't respect it, then you're gonna, like, just don't mess around with me in the ring, but a lot of it did carry out to outside of the ring, and sometimes the Dynamite didn't like a person because they rubbed him the wrong way. He could be kind of relentless in making life uh, unpleasant for them, and I don't know, part of it possibly was him trying to see if the guy was worthy of being in wrestling. Like, if you can't cut it, then hit the bricks, and if you can, then you'll win my respect. But he did put Davey through a lot of things in the early days, but they had a brotherhood, and I never heard Davey publicly knock Dynamite or be anything but grateful to what Dynamite taught him, and where they went as a tag team, and they had a history of the stuff that they accomplished and conquered. Two foreigners going over to Japan to do what they did over there. I mean, Dynamite was already, when with his Tiger Mask, his Tiger Mask matches, he sure opened up the eyes of the world, which you can see now thanks to like the internet and stuff. But then when Davey and Dynamite started going over as a tag team, or going over on tours together, similar style, but Davey was bigger, and he could do more strongman stuff. Davey could do everything that all of them could do, like Bret and Dynamite and Owen. But they couldn't all do what Davey did. They didn't have Davey's strength, so Bret couldn't do that. Just like Bret didn't do the high flying like Owen did, and Owen couldn't do the press slamming like Davey did, and Dynamite, he couldn't do, but Davey could do it all. Like so as Davey got to grow, I wouldn't say he grew. It's just a Dynamite. By the time he was in his 30s, he had his pride, and he was getting hurt, and I think he's just like, I don't want to be. I'm going to retire before I don't want to be this. Not exactly playing second fiddle. I wouldn't say it was that, but I think he wanted to be the one that was. Well, I don't know how to explain it, because.
Well, it's like after he came back from the injury, when Davey had to carry him to the ring, did he? Like,
Yeah, in WrestleMania 3.
yeah,
Yeah, he was, and he was pretty. He was pretty. He was in a lot of pain. Really, really, and he didn't. From what I remember, like, there was some pressure. It's like, you guys are the tag champions, and we've got WrestleMania coming up, and but Dynamite, it was, they lost the belts to the Hart Foundation, and it was kind of just a bit of a weird time. I don't, but then as we went into WrestleMania, it was Davey Dynamite and Tito Santana against the Hart Foundation and Danny Davis, and it was easier in a 6-man tag to kind of take the pressure off Dynamite to be involved in that, because he was still hurting. But the match where they lost the tag belts, he really he couldn't do much at all, and Davey did have to carry him, and he was there for Dynamite, and I think Dynamite appreciated a lot about Davey, as because he retired like in his earlier 30s. I mean, he still did have the odd matches and tours in Japan, but Davey continued wrestling full time, but he died when he was 39. Dynamite died when he was 60. So after Davey died, there was, almost 30 years of Dynamite living, without wrestling, and without a lot of things. I just think he reflected, and he wasn't that kind of guy. He wasn't like a really emotional guy, or he just do something and it was, that was that. Don't overthink it, and don't dwell on it. Although he did harbor grudges, I think he did have some hang on to things. But he met with Harry and Georgia, and I know he said to Harry and Georgia that if I could come by to see him, he would like to see me again, because he was living in England and kind of getting, I don't know if he had any idea how much longer he was going to live, but he lived another few years after that. But that time he saw Harry and Georgia, he seemed very, if he ever was emotional, an emotional guy, he was emotional about Davy when he was talking to Georgia and Harry about Davy. And it was, some people wondered if he, maybe had some remorse about some of the stuff that happened with him and Davy, or just that Davy really was a good guy and Dynamite was hard on him, but despite that, it's not like they wrestled right up until January of 1990 was the last tour of Japan that they did together, and they did it fine. Everything was good. That was the tour that Vince McMahon went over to Japan, and I think he was trying to put together a tournament with all the wrestling promotions and WWF, and they were going to do like one big huge show, or like a week of a bunch of shows with all of them. So Vince was over, and he was in the All Japan Pro Wrestling dressing room, and he saw Dynamite. Dynamite was short with him, but from what I've heard now, because Harry talked to wrestlers over there, and they said they even have a picture of Dynamite and Vince, and Dynamite's like, looks like he's laughing, like, and they like almost like he's gonna like be putting his hand on Vince's back. But what I heard was that Dynamite was pretty short with Vince and said, "I don't want to come back and work for you, so don't ask again." So kind of like that, or something along those lines. And then he went over and saw Davey, and not like the next person, but said hi to Dynamite, and this guy, that guy, that guy. It gets over to Davey, and I guess Dynamite was watching, and Vince said the same thing to Davey: "Is we'd love to have you back if you're the door is always open." And Davey said, "Yes, thank you, Vince. I'd like that." And that's basically the gist of it. And Dynamite took great offense to that. Didn't say anything. Just held it in. And then when they got to Calgary, I remember I was at the airport to pick Davey up, and I saw Dynamite, and he was cordial and said hello and goodbye, and that was the last time we ever talked to him, and never did another tour with Davey again. And Davey then got, expressed interest in going back because he had talked to Vince, and we were getting into July of 1990, and Brutus Beefcake has a boating accident in his backyard or on the lake, and he almost died. And we were good friends with Brutus at that time. Like, I don't see him that often now because we're, in different. Well, we were in different countries then too, but we would go down and visit Ellie and Jim, and we would go to the lake because that's where Jim would do his boating. Anyway, and Davey and Dynamite knew Brutus when Brutus and the Bulldogs were wrestling the Dream Team, Greg Valentine and Brutus Beefcake. Brutus would stay at our house, so we were friends with Brutus. There was, so when Brutus got hurt, we were like, oh no, and they said he might die, and it was. So Pat Patterson phoned Davey and said, "Are you available to come in? We've got a big thing with," and I think Brutus was supposed to wrestle the Texas Tornado, and they said, we need a guy to replace Brutus." And Davey said, sure, I'd love it. I'd be. And then they called back, like, I don't know, wasn't that long after, and they said, you know what, we're not going to bring you in because Vince wants to bring you in a big way. He doesn't want you coming in as a replacement for Brutus, like a one-off. And that's kind of how the wheels, I think that the wheels were in motion from the January of that year of 1990, but the wheels were in motion, like, you know, we're going to get your visa. Like we were working on, we started working on Davey's green card, and we actually did fly down to see Brutus. And he was not doing well at all. He was at home now, but oh, he was just put together with bolts and screws. His whole face was you know, he was so lucky. His brain, his face got pushed back so far that it almost did brain damage. Like, it didn't, but it was so close to from the front. Like, you know, your brain's in the back of your skull, but getting his face pushed in so much that it almost hit his, like, impacted his brain. So that tells you how hard he got hit in the face in this boating accident. But anyway, while visiting Brutus, we were staying at my sister's and Allie's and Jim's house, and we got looking at properties. We went for a bike ride, and we saw some properties a few minutes away, you know, on a bike. It was, you know, a little bit of a ride, but we just really nice weather and loving and thinking, you know, well, we're going to be coming back to WWF, and maybe we should move down here. And all the wrestlers are living down here, and well, a lot of them were. Really, there was a majority of wrestlers that had moved down there. So, and Davey's like, yeah, let's do it. And you know, I'm not with Dynamite anymore. I don't need. Let's do it. And that's what we did. And it was one of the greatest moves that. And you know, and another thing, just with Davey and Dynamite was with the trademark of the name. I remember, it was one of the wrestlers. I don't know if it was Roddy Piper or it might have been Roddy, but someone said, you guys need to get incorporated. You need to, and you should get the name trademarked, because, so, you know, right away, you know, I'm like, you know, well, I'm pretty sure it was Roddy Piper who said it. And I was like, well, if he says to do it, you know, I wanted to show these guys, it could have been Randy Savage too. Randy might have said get incorporated. I'm pretty sure it was Roddy who said get trademarked. But I wanted to be accountable. Like, if they say so, if this is, you know, we wouldn't want to be like, you know, a year from now, did you do what no, we will get around to it. I was like right on it. Not like I'm so, you know, look at me, I'm so great. It's just, you know, these guys are doing something right. Let's do it. It might have been Don Morocco. Anyway, well, I got in touch with a lawyer, and there weren't that many trademark lawyers in Calgary, so he had to do some research. He was a pretty good lawyer, and so he came back with some information and what it was going to cost, and we presented it to Dynamite, and he basically said, you know, get lost. I'm not paying half of that. And I don't know if he figured, you know, we wouldn't either, and then nobody would have it, but I don't know what Dynamite was, but he didn't want to do it. And he thought that I was being, like, almost emasculating Davey, like, you know, like the tail wags the dog. He had said that about me, which was kind of funny, but I think he thought, but it, you know, just, I didn't want Davey doing some of the things that Dynamite was doing, so I was very strict about, like, drinking and, you know, no partying, and don't go to the bar, and I really had an attitude, like, I'm Stu Hart's daughter, and, you know, we've got an image to uphold, and together, you know, not just me, but you're, and I took it was just the way I was raised. I took it very seriously, and Davey did too. So anyway, Dynamite was like, you know, what do you mean you can't have a beer? Well, Diana's there. Like, well, what? The tail wags the dog. He was like almost annoyed, like, but it's like no, he's not having a beer because, and I don't know. I kind of felt like look what happened. Like Tom could get a little. He might get a little. I don't know. Just in general, if you have too much to drink, you can lose your good judgment. So I was really stiff about these things. So anyway, it came time to getting the trademark. Dynamite was almost like, this is another one of Diana's ideas, and like Dynamite and I got along really well, and we didn't like hang out all the time or anything, but and I didn't hang out that much with Michelle because she'd hang out with Julie because but on the road trips and stuff, everyone got along well. It's just Dynamite thought I was like just too like precious and too upright and just too Catholic or something. Just no, you don't do that, no. And he didn't trademark the name. Davey did the entire name, and so when they went their separate ways, Davey went back to WWE as the British Bulldog. Dynamite was kind of mad about some things, and I don't know, he started to say some things about Davey, and Davey just said, well, if that's how you feel about me, then don't use the name. And so Dynamite he and Johnny Smith, who was wrestled in Calgary as Davey's brother, he was another really good wrestler. Dynamite was using him as his tag team partner now instead of Davey, but Davey was, we're like July of 1990s, going back to WWF, and Dynamite wasn't happy about that, even though he didn't want to do anything more with Davey at the same time. It's like, well, you don't want me as your partner anymore, and I want to go back to WWF, and I've got like these really big bills, and he had just sold his house and bought another house for cash, and he had like a pretty good nest egg, and Davey's like, I don't have that. I've got nothing, like I've other than debt, like really, really a lot of debt. So anyway, so we bought the trademark, and Dave and our family to this day owns the trademark. But Dynamite had to go to Japan with Johnny Smith, and they were the British Bruisers. But he had a bit of a sore spot because he's like, well, I'm half of that team. It's like, yeah, you were, but you didn't want to pay for the trademark legal fees. So, but other things, that just, it's just too bad they did fall apart. But I never heard Davey knock Dynamite over the years publicly. Behind the scenes, he wasn't too hard on him either, but it was, Dynamite hurt his feelings. I mean, I'm not trying to make Davey sound like he's a little delicate softy, but Dynamite hurt his feelings and wasn't that nice to Davey, and then Davey did so much for Dynamite and for Bret.
With the comments you've made recently about Bret with the SummerSlam night too, has that like come from what you were saying before about British Bulldog, where you wouldn't want him drinking and doing things like that, so it feels the disrespect is there when he's saying these things, that he carried him through that fight and things like that?
Yeah, because what he said about Davey leading into SummerSlam 92, what Bret is saying now, or apparently he's been saying since 1999, it's like, well, I never heard Bret say any of this. He absolutely, certainly did not ever say this to Davy's face. So if he said it, in some interview in 1999, it's like, well, I don't even know how he would have heard about it. But 1999, you look at what was going on. Owen died, and Davy's got a broken back, and his mom died, and he did rehab, and he's living in a body cast in a hospital, and then lots of things were going on. So I mean, I wasn't like watching any interviews Bret did. I don't even know what interview these supposedly that was done where Bret said, because these little know-it-alls on the internet that think they're so brave from behind their computer, like Bret said that he did so say this about Davy, and Jim Neidhart was there too when Bret said it. It's like, I don't know what you're talking about, but he never said it to Davy's face. But what he said, the first time I even heard about it was 2008 when Bret's book came out. And I haven't read Bret's book. I haven't read Martha's book. I did read parts of Dynamite's book. It was really short. And, everybody, and my brother Bruce's book. So everybody has taken their pot shots at everyone. And I wrote a book too, and it was the horrible, hideous, just I wish it had never been written.
What happened then? It got pulled, didn't it? Like,
yeah. And when it got pulled, I did. It all happened within a month. So it like came out. I will get back to the thing with Bret and his remarks about SummerSlam, but Davey and SummerSlam '92. But the book, it came out like the week it came out. My mom went into a coma, so she wasn't alive when the book came out. My mom's coma was sudden. It's not like, she was in her mid-70s, but nobody thought she was, on her last legs or anything. I don't know what happened, why she went into a coma, but she did. It was really, really sad. And my book came out that week. And I had to do a publicity tour when it came out, and then all this negative publicity was making people buy the book. And to be honest, when I saw the book, I didn't see the final edit. I didn't see any of the edits. I would hear things like the woman who I told remembered things to or was telling things to. For example, I would say my dad picked us up in the limousine at school. She changed it to a hearse. It's like, don't make us weird. My dad didn't buy a hearse. We weren't getting picked up at school in a hearse. Why do you switch it from? And why did you do things like that? So I remember that was like one thing, and I said that's not. And she was laughing and saying, no, it sounds better. I said, no, it doesn't. I sound like an idiot to my family that I don't know the difference between a hearse and a limousine. A hearse is what carries the coffin, and the limousine could be for a president to arrive at, a palace for dinner, or it could be for weddings. And it was such a thing of achievement for my dad to get the limousine, and also it was a practical car for 12 kids because they didn't have little minivans, and a station wagon wasn't big enough. I don't know if you have station wagons back in the 60s and 70s, but this limousine was a great vehicle, and my dad used it like a utility vehicle. He used it for everything. But that was just one thing. So, we were nitpicking along the way, and she'd be laughing about things. Of what are you laughing about? And don't worry, I'll tell you later. We got to get this done. We're on a deadline, and so whatever. It's like I don't know how many pictures I submitted to her, and I didn't know what pictures were going in and what. So I get something back, and who is this in this picture, and tell her and get an idea that picture might be in it because there was, who is this in the picture? But I didn't have a lot of information about what the book was going to look like when it came out. So when it came out, it was like, this is not good. This isn't good. But it's like, and then my mom's in a coma, and I'm not being a victim here at all. It's just everyone was like, how dare you, how dare you say that about this person and that person? And a lot of it was like, yeah, and I look at the book now, it's like, what does this have to do with me? Why am I talking about this person and what they did at that party? Has nothing to do with me. Like, why was this included in this book? And so many worse things than that it's just misrepresentation and bullshit. I don't like to talk like that. I know my mom and dad wouldn't want me to be, talking like that, but it was bullshit. It was terrible. And I'm doing this tour, and I don't know that I'm going to be sued, but the book's coming off. It's going to be taken off the shelves. But I'm told, you got, this, the book's a bestseller now. It's, selling is selling. And this is going to be good. And don't worry. Don't think of the negative. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. And I'm like, are you sure? Because I don't feel good about this. I actually, I'm sick to my stomach. I've said this before, when I see the book, I feel sick. It makes me, it's just such a horrible thing. But anyway, it's like, I'll do the talk shows because I want to explain what that story meant, not what was included in, it's like, there's this story this big, and we're going to put this sentence in and this one here, and we'll leave it. We're not going to put the whole thing in. And it's like, yeah, there's so much that needs to be told, explained here. I wasn't defending the book, but anyway, I did that. All I can recall is doing one radio interview, and Bret called in on that radio interview, and basically it was right at the day after my mom died, and it was just like, I was, anyway, he basically it was a setup again, these things, how did Bret happen to just get the call in? I didn't get any other calls, and Bret just told me off for I don't know, 10 minutes, and just said whatever he wanted. And then I was like, and then we're going to cut to a commercial break. And then they cut, and then I never got to say anything when they came back, and I started to cry. And the guy's wife, she came in and she said that, it's like that was an ambush. And I said, can I get a copy of the show? And they wouldn't give me a copy. To this day, it's like, well, that was pretty, the girl said, her mom just died yesterday, but anyway, fair enough. Bret's mom just died yesterday too. Same mom, obviously we're brother and sister. But then I flew out to do this big Canadian talk show, and Lenny Kravitz was on it. It was a morning show, and the night before it was a live TV show, and I figure that was an ambush too. But who am I? I'm just this. It looked like such a fool, doing the talk show and saying all this really nasty stuff about my family and my husband, and not I really had nothing good to say about anything, and everything was just so off with that book. And so I'm in the green room or whatever, my little room, before we come out, and they said, we're going to ask you about, so what was it like to have Andre the Giant as your babysitter? And I mean, he wasn't really my babysitter, but that was the question. And I was like, okay, I can answer that. And then we'll cut to a commercial break, and then we'll come back, and you're not going to have that much time. So that's the question I thought I was going to get asked. And I go out, and it's almost like the people that were wanting the book pulled, said, this girl's a fool, and her, have fun with it. To embarrass her, humiliate her. And again, I'm not trying to make anyone feel sorry for me, but it's like I've heard, like, how come you went on the talk show circuit and were defending your book if you hated it so much? It's like, well, I didn't even get to give my side of it. I actually wasn't going on there to defend it, but the first question the guy asked me was, he said, your whole family I hear they hate your book. And I was like, well, that's not the Andre the Giant question. So I was like, blah, blah, blah. Well, no, so my brothers and sisters are supportive. Like, my brothers, some of my sisters were like understanding of who it was that told my story and what had been going on. And, it's like you got really taken advantage of, and they pitied me, like we wouldn't want to be in your shoes. You say something and it grows legs, and the next thing you know, it's like, what? Like, you tell, except this person, I didn't tell this person who told, like, whatever that game is, you whisper in a circle and you tell a person something, and then gets back, and by the time the rumor gets back to you, it's like not even the same story. Well, in my case, it was me telling this lady and then it got, I don't know who did the editing of the book, but it's like, that's not quite what I meant. That's not what I said. But anyway, I did do the talk show circuit. The next morning, I was doing after the humiliating live show, we were doing the Good Morning America, or not Good Morning America, Canada AM, and Lenny Kravitz I was going to be doing the show with him, and it was like, wow, that's, not really taking in everything that's going on. It's just like, just keep doing what you're told to do. And they said, oh, like they did my makeup and everything, Ethan. And then I'm getting, like, just sort of waiting, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, you're not going on. I said, oh, okay. It's probably better I didn't, but they said, no, you're not going on. And I said, all right. Then I had to have lunch with this another Viper who totally took anything that I said that was funny about my family and turned it into a ridicule. Like I was talking about, how we love the cats, and the cats, the cats were such a part of things. Like there'd be, you find like a cat hair in the sugar bowl, but she turned it into, they're so unsanitary. They've got cat fur in the sugar bowl and they don't even care. And it was malicious. And it's like, no, that I wasn't telling you that story. I said just telling funny stories about the growing up, and she just made me look like I was knocking my family, and I wasn't. I was like saying this out of affection and almost out of arrogance. Like, yeah, our family, like, we don't balk at any of that. We're so not hardcore, but stuff like that is, if you can't live with a bit of cat fur in your coffee, then you're not, we're not going to really hit it off, kind of thing. Like these were endearing things that I was saying. So anyway, I flew home, and I saw my mom at the hospital. She was still alive, and then she died the next day. She wasn't out of the coma though. She couldn't. I hope she didn't hear everyone telling them all about what I did and burdening her at that. I mean, what a kind of purgatory, horrible purgatory that would be. You're in a coma and everyone's just telling you, dumping on her their problems about and what I did, and it's like, just leave her alone. Let her, tell her how much you love her. It's just kind of a, like, just leave her alone. But anyway, she passed like later, and then I did that talk show, and then the book was pulled, and I was figuring it out. That's why I didn't do that morning show, as they said this book, this girl's either a liar, or it's being pulled. It's slanderous. It's horrible. I so I just didn't do any more talk shows and didn't do anything else. But and I had actually officially been divorced from Davy for like a month. It was really fresh, our divorce, and then my mom died, and when she died at the funeral, it was just funny. Like, I got, it's like, even at the funeral, like, people coming up to me, and it was like, how dare you? You had no right saying that about so and so, and you had no right saying that about the Dynamite Kid. And it's like, yeah, I know, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter, too late now. So Davey came over and he said, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes right now, and I feel bad for you, and I know that woman couldn't stand me. I don't think she likes your family. I don't think she likes Stu and Helen. I don't even think she likes you, Diana. She took advantage of you, and I'm being asked by people in your family to join this, Davey didn't really mince words, but this, effing lawsuit against you and pulling the book. And he said, I tell you, and I'll tell it to anyone in your family, that, they can, go take a flying leap, because I'm not gonna do that to you. And so I was very grateful, and Davey was, because he had lost his mom not all that long ago. Before that, he lost his mom in early '99. So, now we're in October of 2001, and we went through all this hell with the divorce, and he went through. I don't know. I really don't know what finally got him to. He went back to England and saw his dad, and he came home, and my mom died, but he just really just seemed like he was done with all the stuff that was going on that upset me, and I was done with all the stuff that was going on that, I had, did get involved with somebody after Davey and I split up, and that had ended, and Davey was involved with somebody, and that ended, despite that person desperately trying to hang on, and he died while he was on that person's watch. I don't think he would have died if he had been with me. I don't know what happened and why he died, because he didn't have any drugs in his system, but I wasn't allowed to know any of this because I wasn't his wife, and Harry and Georgia weren't 18 yet, and this creature that he was with, I say that now after reading the autopsy and reading her statement, it's like, I don't know what you did to Davey, but something happened while he was with you, because he was with me like at 6 o'clock Friday night. They drove 4 hours, and and they would have had to have slept. In the morning, I don't know, he was, she was awake and he was snoring, and she thought it was cute and funny, and then decided that she was going to climb back in bed with him, and then woke up a half an hour later, and he's, cold and blue. And she phoned her friend, and then her friend phoned her husband, and then they got to the house and tried to give him, shove a tube down his throat and give him CPR, or it's like, when did you guys decide to phone an ambulance? And how much time? Like, you don't just go from he was snoring and climbed in bed with him, and a half an hour later I woke up and he's blue and cold. It's like you could become blue and cold after a long period of time, not half an hour. And that he had chili coming out of his nose. So, which she didn't mention before. So, obviously, I mean, if he had chili coming out of his nose and she wants to cuddle up with him, she probably would have. It wasn't there, anyways. My point, he didn't have. So he had to have been choking. So didn't the choking wake her up? But she doesn't say that. She just said, I woke up because he was blue and cold. And he had chili coming out of his nose. So it's like, oh, so him, like, bringing up food from the night before. And apparently, well, not apparently, in his stomach, he had several undercooked kidney beans, which would have made him sick. If you even, like, 3 undercooked kidney beans can make you sick, like really, really sick, that you but I don't know what actually happened. But when the police or the paramedics finally got there, again, there's no time limit. They don't give any of this in her testimony to the constable. They don't give any time. They don't give an address. They don't give, but they do, like, she says she's his wife, and she's not. She wasn't. She was still married to someone else, and yeah, she was still married. And then she said they were supposed to go on an airplane ride. And it's like, well, where are these? And then they were going to come back to Calgary the next day. It's like, well, where's the tickets for this airplane ride? Where were you guys flying around to? I just find that hard to believe that either of them had any money to be going on, like, an airplane ride. They're going to go cruise around in the mountains or something. But anyway, her report was full of flaws. And then the autopsy, it says in all the fluids, his bodily fluids and his blood and his urine, there was no drugs, no steroids. And but when the police got there, she actually gave them a vial of testosterone, which wouldn't kill you anyway. And I don't even know why Davey would have brought testosterone, because he's going away for one night. Okay, he could have had low testosterone levels, but I just don't see Davey. And when he was with me, like, he had been with me and Harry and Georgia that afternoon, like, I don't even know where he would have had this testosterone, but I suspect she had it, either brought it or had it out there at this place that they were staying at, and planted it next to his body, and then 3 pills, which were pills that were not in his blood system, or not in his system at all. And she gave that to the police, and said, and they just assumed that's what killed him, and they said he had an enlarged heart. Well, his heart actually wasn't that enlarged. It was, his heart was 495 grams, which is not, it can be considered larger, but it's not like his heart was, but just this, it's just a narrative to fit this thing. Oh, he had pills, they found pills next to him, and this empty vial of testosterone. It's like, okay, well, like, just knowing if you're going to take steroids, like, you wouldn't take a whole vial of testosterone all at once. Like, what's the point? You need to do it in increments so that it's not something you can overdose on, but it's just, you wouldn't be using it very wisely if you just gave it to yourself all at once. Like, it's so I don't know, but this narrative was that Davey had died, had heart failure, and they never checked for anything except, like, the obvious suspects. Like, they checked for morphine and codeine and cocaine and testosterone, because that's what he had on, apparently next to his body, and these opiates. So the opiates would have been the pills, these soma, like really heavy duty muscle relaxants. Well, he had none of that in his system. So that's that. But I didn't know any of this until recently, and I read her report, and then I read Davy's father's report, and it was really, and then the people that were there when he died, it was like, these are not good people. And I don't know what happened. I don't know if he, owed her money or owed someone money and was there to, be the muscle for some big deal that they were going to be doing, or, but when he left me, I got the impression he was helping her move furniture. And it's like, oh, okay, but there's no mention of that in this report. And she says, oh, he came out, he was coming out for the day, and we were going to go on an airplane ride, and, sob, 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 and then, I don't know, I can't answer any more questions. And then her friend jumps in, and they don't even give the friend's, doesn't, like, her last name isn't in there. It's just really botched, and then when they do the autopsy, for example, in Manchester, his height was what his height was, 6 foot 1/2 inch from crown to heel, and his weight was 20 stone 12.5 pounds, or 114 kilograms, which is 251 pounds. His weight, that they had his weight in Canada in Kamloops, they had him weighing 341 pounds. That's 100 pounds more, and his height at 5'9". Like, he would have been like a big, like I don't know, that's 100 pounds. It's just ridiculous. I don't know what the stone would be for 341 pounds, but that's a lot of difference. He probably was around 250, and then they had his heart, like, at it's like everyone, both places say the heart was larger than what is considered normal, but not like over the out of range. It was just considered larger, and they weren't sure if this could be attributed to steroids or not. So I'll backtrack now to 1992. So Davy he worked really hard for his physique, his body, he trained really hard. If you see any interviews that he was doing leading up to SummerSlam 92, I mean, he was in pretty good shape. The last interviews that he did would have been somewhere in July of 1992. And at that time, July 1992, I'm in Calgary doing interviews for SummerSlam, and my brother Bruce, my mom and dad, and Owen did some, but he was on the road doing them. But he wrestled Mike Sharp in Worcester, Massachusetts, July 20th. And at this time in WWF, they're undergoing, the whole company's undergoing this really, Vince McMahon and the WWF is being investigated for steroids. And they're trying to say that Vince McMahon is a drug trafficker, and which he was not. And so it was, and Hulk Hogan had left the company. He was going to do movies, so he left after WrestleMania. And so in the meantime, Davy's like becoming this like gigantic star in England through Sky Sports and satellite TV, and it's like he's becoming this big like a superstar. And it's determined somewhere around in June that Davy's going to wrestle. There's going to be the big match in SummerSlam, and everyone's being drug tested at this point, though. And Bret's the Intercontinental Champion, and Bret's going to be defending his belt against Davey over there, because originally it was going to be Bret against Shawn at the Washington Capitol Center. And Davey told Vince, I mean, he wasn't telling Vince because he wanted to be wrestling Bret. He just said, you could run wrestling that weekend in England. It's the bank holiday weekend. Vince was like, what's a bank holiday weekend? Davey said, that's the Monday. It's like a big thing in England, and that's what I remember is Davey saying, why don't you do that? Just consider it. And the next thing you know, Vince is working. I don't know if he had worked with them before, but for SummerSlam 92, he's working with the Goldsmiths, Martin and Harvey Goldsmith, who did the Royal concerts and big ones like Michael Jackson and all these ones that go on at Wembley Stadium, the big stadium. And these, I don't know if they did sports events or it was just like concerts and stuff. But Vince is in talks with them, and all of a sudden it's like, Davey, you're wrestling Bret in SummerSlam. And Davey's like, wow, like he was really excited, this is, like, if I didn't think I was lucky before with all the stuff they were doing with me over in England, like they would send him over there and do appearances and Blockbuster Video and, visiting, it was just like these grand publicity tours, and he was doing stuff over there all the time, and like breakfast shows, and this was in '91 before WrestleMania or SummerSlam had happened. So apparently Bret said, well, not apparently, Bret wrestled Davey in a match in Binghamton, New York, June 30th, 1992. It was a TV match, and my son Harry has seen it. He found it, and he said it was a good match. Nothing wrong with it at all. But I just heard Bret, like, in April of this year, April 11th, at his personal, his live presentation at his bar, saying that he and Davey had this match at June 30th, and almost like they're describing it like he and Davey had never worked before. It's like, you guys were the Bulldogs against the Hart Foundation. You worked in every combination possible. Davey against Jim, Dynamite against Bret, Davey against Bret, Jim against Dynamite. And then all the stuff that they did in Calgary too. So it's not like Davey and Bret were strangers and that they didn't have good chemistry. So, which supports what Harry said he's like, no, it was a good match. Of course it would be a good match. It's Bret against Davey. They know each other's styles. They know how each other works. They don't need practice to get in the ring with each other. But anyway, Bret's version is that the match was just his words were, it was a disaster. It was just horrible. But the word he used was a disaster. And that Vince rolled his eyes and said, like, I hope you guys are going to do better than that. And I'm thinking, Vince has seen you guys wrestle back in the Hart Foundation Bulldog days. He's not going to be worried about you guys wrestling each other, and he wouldn't have put the whole thing together if he had had doubts. But anyway, Bret's version. And so it's like, okay, Bret, if you do think it was a disaster, are you blaming that on Davey? Because basically it's always Davey's fault if there was anything that went wrong. But my son Harry, who's a professional wrestler and extremely talented at what he does, and he's not new to old school wrestling or new, he's pretty sharp, and he's fair. And he said, no, that match was a good match. So he said, I don't know what Bret's talking about. Anyway, Bret claims that Davey, kind of like with his tail between his legs, because the match was just so horrible, got on a plane and left the next day, took off, and we never saw him again till SummerSlam. Took off for the rest of the summer and did crack cocaine every day for the next 2 months with Jim Neidhart. And he said this at the bar at his presentation. And it's like, I just sat there and listened because I thought, this is an ambush. I'm being set up. I'm gonna tell you that you're lying for so many reasons. And then you're gonna say Diana caused a big scene and did all this, because everyone says, oh, Bret's got like brain damage and he does things, he doesn't even know what he's saying. It's like this could be true, but at the same time, I was invited to this as a guest. I was given front row seats. My boyfriend and I were, and it's like, I don't know why you guys invited me if you're gonna, trash Davey for an hour and a half. And this little guy that was Bret's sidekick up there talking about Davey, and I'm thinking, you never even met him. You've never wrestled a second in your life, and you're up there saying to Bret, yeah, you can see how out of it he is. And I'm like, you little, like, don't you realize that that's what you call selling? That's, yeah, Bret just, did a move to him. Like, what is he supposed to be smiling or, not like he, is this just, so, but it turned, that's not true though. Davey didn't leave the next day. They did have that match. It was a good match. Then he carried on and wrestled for the next 3 weeks. I've got the booking sheets. I know that, and I'm in Calgary for now. We're into July. I'm doing the interviews, and he wrestles Mike Sharp in Worcester, Massachusetts for Monday Night Superstars or Prime Time, and does the running power slam. He probably wrestled a couple other guys that night too, but because it's TV tapings. But he did a running power slam. He said he banged his knee, and he said and how Davey described it to me, it was like when you bang your elbow sometimes and it just goes numb and hot and tingly all at once. And he just thought it would have felt better, but where he's like getting ready to drive to Portland, Maine, and it's like 2.5 hours. He's calling me from wherever. I don't know if it's the arena or wherever, but he's getting ready to drive, and he just says, it kind of feels funny. I don't know. It's not, but I'm sure it'll be okay in the morning, and I'll talk to you later, and good night, and everything seemed okay. And then the next morning, he said what I was told from Davey is he got to TV tapings in Portland, Maine, and he's supposed to wrestle. One of the matches was Repo Man. And Vince saw him, and Davey's leg is starting to swell. His left knee is starting to get really red and swell up, and he's sweating and hot, and doesn't look well. And Vince says, "What's wrong? Like, you don't look good." And are you sick? Did you eat something? And Davey's like, "No, I don't know. My knee is like, look at it." And Vince said, "You better go to the hospital, get it looked at." He goes to the Portland, Maine Mercy Hospital. And I have the x-rays. I've got the hospital bill, emergency bill, and they can't tell. There was like some issue with his knee, but it looked like it was an old injury. It might have happened like Stampede Wrestling. It could have been in Japan. But that wasn't what was causing him all this pain. And he didn't, because it's flesh, it's not showing up on the x-ray. So he goes back. I don't know how long he'd been in emergency. It could have been 3 or 4 hours, I'm not sure, but he gets back to TV tapings and he's getting worse. And Vince says, just go home, Davey, go home, get well, and I'll be in touch. Davey tells me he's going home. He calls me says I'm going home, and I don't know what's wrong with me, but I feel terrible. Jim and Ellie, it was probably Jim who picked Davey up at the airport. Ellie probably stayed home with the 3 daughters, because they would have been young. And Jim picks him up. They took him to Jim's chiropractor on the way home from the airport. His chiropractor said, I don't know, it's not, I don't know what it is, but he's just like, you don't look good, man. His chiropractor was Hulk Hogan's chiropractor as well. Uh, and a pretty good athlete and All-American. He knew Jim from college. So anyway, he does come into play later because he finds this doctor in Spring Hill for Davey to go and see on. So we're like getting by Davey just is getting worse, and but it's like you're just sick. But he's like, well, I don't know why my leg is getting so fat and hard and red and hot. And he calls me and he said, I don't feel well. I don't know what's wrong with me. And the next day, Ellie, my sister, phones and says, you need to come home because Davey's not doing well. And I was like, what's wrong with him? Well, we don't know. It's like, well, like, is he like just got the flu or what is it? And she's like, we don't know. So I got home Saturday with Harry and Georgia and finished all the stuff I was doing in Calgary for the SummerSlam. And Sunday, Dr. Price, the chiropractor, got us in touch with this doctor in Spring Hill, a general practitioner, and he agreed to see Davey on a Sunday. And his leg was so bad, his whole body was, he couldn't move. So Jim and Ellie and I had to carry Davey out to the car, to the van. And he couldn't bend his leg, so we had to put him in a way like almost like he could bend his body at the hips, but he couldn't bend his leg. And he was dead weight. We drove out to Spring Hill, and the doctor, we had never met the doctor before, and he said, I don't know. I think he was kind of like in a panic, like this isn't good. It's not like Davey's leg was like dripping in pus or anything, but it was like a tree. It was bright red. He's sweating. There's no cuts on him, but it's obvious he's got some kind of infection. And he said, I don't know if I'm accurate in this, but I think this is some kind of necrotizing fasciitis. It's like, you might have like a staph infection in your leg, but they can be really bad. And I hope you don't lose your leg. And that's like, and Davey's like kind of delirious because he's just in such a state. And he starts withdrawing stuff out of Davey's leg. And like a whole bunch of like this pinkish fluid, and it looked like it had like pus in it, but it was like clear pink, mostly clear pink fluid, and these things like floating in it. And it was so, the way how fat the knee was and him digging the needle in there, I passed out, which was not like me, and they had to like leave the needle in Davey's leg and pick me up, which I felt bad about because Davey was the sick one. And it was, and then he said, I got to take this to get the lab tested. It's going to take, I got to send it out and do stuff. And it's Sunday. I'm just my doctor's office. I'm not a hospital. But he said, so he started injecting into Davey's leg these antibiotics. And he just said, I pray to God one of them or some of them work until I find out which one is going to be the one that works. Hopefully we're giving you something that will stick with. But he said, I don't think he said, you might lose your leg, or you could die. This is that serious. So this is like July 27th. So this notion that Bret has that Davey took off, it's like, Bret, you had 3 more weeks of July till July 20th to talk to Davey on the road. If you had these, brilliant ideas in your head to write this, beautiful story with this guy, like you never met him before. It's like you had wrestled him how many times? How long, I've known him since 81. His style, him so well. Like, just quit it with this narrative that Davey was messed up, and you had this beautiful, the way he's describing it, like I was building like the way a little kid would build a fort, and I'm building this story. It's like, yeah, and then it's like I appreciate what you had in your head, Brett, and I think Davey had these things going on in his head too. He's enjoys a good wrestling match himself. He's not just some you know wannabe. He's a premier wrestler. He's not just new to this game or not. And he wasn't taking this responsibility of wrestling Brett at SummerSlam lightly, and neither were his family. And I was a part of it, so I'm not taking it lightly either. I'm not just I'm not sure what I'm even going to be doing at SummerSlam, but I'm doing interviews. I might be at it. I didn't really know what, but I'm a part of this too. Like, I'm not going to let. So this ridiculous notion that Brett has that Davey was doing crack cocaine every night because he had couldn't care less about SummerSlam is just so wrong. But and then the fact that Davey actually was so sick, and Brett saying I was calling and calling, and I kept getting Diana, and she said Davey's at Jim's. It's like, Brett, you never phoned me. If you did, I put Davey on the phone if he was awake, and if he wasn't, he would have phoned you back. But you weren't phoning us all the time because you didn't need to phone us all the time. You guys didn't have that kind of wrestling relationship where you gotta, hey, I just thought of another thing, and can you remember this and write this down? It's like, come on, Brett. You guys are like Stampede wrestlers. You don't need to, go over every little thing. But I appreciate that Brett and Davey wanted to have this beautiful match, and it was a beautiful match, and I was a part of it, and I was there, and so when we did this, Brett had this, yeah. So he writes this book in 2008, which I never read, but I was aware of some of the stuff he said about me and Davey, and individually and together, and this thing about Davey and Jim doing crack cocaine. It's like, Brett, Jim was one of Davey's best friends. He didn't want his friend to die, and he wasn't gonna let his friend blow this big opportunity of SummerSlam '92. And my sister, like she and I were just complacent in this narrative of like, oh yeah, yeah. So hey, Brett, no, Davey's over at Jim's. Not sure what he's doing, but it's like he couldn't get out of bed. He couldn't, and he couldn't get in shape. If you, Harry said if you take a week off pro wrestling, he said that he said when you take time off and you're not wrestling all the time, he said that's kind of when you get hurt. He said when you're wrestling every night, you're like, you never are out of. You never get rusty, but he said even taking a week off, you can, lose some of that polish. And also, he was on these like 3 rounds a day of antibiotics, right up until like just before SummerSlam. He was on them for like a month. So it's like just before SummerSlam, he actually had finished all the antibiotics, but that slows you down too. And but I didn't think that Davey was slow in that match, but he hadn't wrestled in a month, and I know that was playing on his mind. Like if he had any anxiety on top of this being the biggest match in his whole life in front of his mother and father and his friends and all of his home country and all of the WWF wrestlers at that time, who some of them didn't think the Intercontinental match should be the final bout. They thought always the world's belt is going to be, and he didn't want to let Vince down. Like he had so much to prove, and it's like, I wanted to be in better shape. But what, Brett and I are going to put on this match, and I'm going to give it 100%. And Brett gave it 100%, and I gave it 100% for whatever my part of it was. And all of that created a match that was 100% masterpiece, beautiful masterpiece, that's revered around the world within the wrestling circles and outside of wrestling circles as one of the most, beautiful. It was a masterpiece, and the emotion behind it. Even me being concerned, but a lot of my concern was that Davey didn't like. I didn't know how his knee was going to go when he, hit the ground with his knee or bang his knee. It's like, oh shoot, is that going to flare this infection up again? When he was recovering, he couldn't even do cardio. Like, he couldn't ride a stationary bike or a stair machine just to keep his cardio up because it would feed the infection. The blood would go to the knee. It wasn't, he wasn't well enough to do, bunch of bicep curls, but that's not going to really like keep his stamina up. But maybe riding a stationary bike or going on a stair machine. We had both of those at home, but he couldn't do it. He was advised by his doctor not to do it. So, and then if you see the match, it's like, it was such a good match. But if you got Bret every 10 seconds having his little associate pause the screen on the 10 TV screens around his sold out bar to say, you see this look on Dave's face? You can see how stupid he looks here. And you can tell how out of it he looks here. And when he dumped me on the top turnbuckle, I was sore for a year. I never hurt anybody when I wrestle. And it's like, Bret, I never heard that he hurt your groin for a year, but you're telling people this. I don't know if he told people that in his book, because I don't remember, as I didn't read his book, but I don't remember being told about that. But to be saying, oh, well, and Davey hurt my groin here because he was out of it, and I couldn't, my groin was sore for a year. It's like, I don't know if that's true, Bret. You're just, sort of feeding these Bret Hart marks in your bar. I would say most of them were there. I mean, it's called the Hitman Bar. I mean, and Bret, but then there was Bret's like, so I just kicked him in the face here to wake him up. It's like, no, you kicked him in the face because you guys are wrestling. But if you want to tell the fans that you booted Davey, that's what he said, I booted him in the face and, I had to wake him up. I was mad. I was pissed. And it's like, that's not what's happening in this match at all, Bret. You guys are wrestling. But, if I was to turn that around and do, and say, and Davey's here and, he's he's waiting for Bret to climb up to the top rope so he can throw him, and Bret's taking forever. It's like Bret could say, no, I wasn't. That's how fast I always go. And everything was just the way it was supposed to be. And that match was just the way it was supposed to be. But Bret's like, I'm waiting for him to catch me outside the ropes. And I could have killed him here. And because of that move, he called it it's like he invented some name for it right off the top of his head, Hurricane Rana or something. It's like, that's not a Hurricane Rana, but whatever it was, Bret said it was, that he leaps through the middle rope at Davey, who forgot to catch him. And it was such a dangerous way that Davey and he collided but guys now try to impersonate that move because it's so dangerous, and it's called a dragon snare or Hurricane Rana or something. I thought he said Hurricane Rana, but it's like, no, that's not what happened, Bret. I don't think Davey forgot to catch you. He's like, do we want everything to look choreographed here, Bret? Like, or do we want to be Stampede Wrestling, Japanese style, WWF 1990s, 1980s, where everything looks like it's a real fight here, like. And then Bret's talking about so I got to tell the referee to tell Dave And I'm like, I can't believe you're telling the fans that you're telling the referee stuff, because you're just totally wising the wrestlers up. But he's done it, so I've got to, in defending Davey, I've got to say, Bret, like, because normally Ethan and I wouldn't be telling people that someone's talking to the referee to tell the referee to tell the wrestler that this is what we're doing. But since Bret's already done that on his gigantic platform, it's like, okay, Bret, well, what about all the times Davey's talking to the referee and the referee's talking to you? Like, it's a two-way street here. It's not just you always telling the referee. But and then at the end, so he had another one how Davey was running him into the turnbuckle backwards and, could have killed Bret. It's like, how many times have you guys run into I see it all the time. Davey didn't almost kill you, but then the Bret's little sidekick was like, yeah, you can tell how out of it he is. I'm disappointed in the Bulldog, and I'm thinking, you don't even know how sick he was, and so just, I'm not, I have gone on a lot about this, Ethan, but, I just hope that your viewers do watch this far and hear, as I really feel Davey needs to be defended. He's not here to defend himself. And Bret never said one damn word about this to Davey's face. And if he had, Davey would have called him out on it and said, you're a goddamn liar, Bret. I wasn't messed up that night. I wasn't messed up leading into SummerSlam. And whatever people want to say about Davey, oh, well, he failed a drug test in January of 92, or he got let go for steroids, or it's like, it has absolutely nothing to do with this phenomenal wrestling match that Davey and Bret put on at SummerSlam 1992. Davey was not on drugs. He wasn't doing cocaine all summer long. He gave that 100%. Bret gave it 100%. They created this beautiful match. And for Bret to be trying to take all the credit for it. And the thing that bothered me about this, among many things, but this is the week before WrestleMania. Now, last year's WrestleMania, they created this category for Bret. After all the criticism he gives WWE, they honor him in so many ways for all that he's contributed to wrestling, all the good things that he's done, and he still continues to knock them left and right. But last year they gave him and Steve Austin like the WrestleMania match of all time, the great, and the SummerSlam '92 has been given that as the greatest SummerSlam match in WWE history. But they flew Bret out last year for SummerSlam, or for WrestleMania, and he and Steve Austin got a Hall of Fame ring for the WrestleMania match that they had was Hall of Fame caliber. So Bret decides with his bar in Calgary that he's going to start, and the first thing he does was this one on April 11th. He's going to start doing like live presentations where he goes through wrestling matches of his great ones, and talking to the fans, and I guess exposing whatever's left of professional wrestling that hasn't been exposed, which is a real shame. No mystique left to it anymore, especially when the old legends are exposing it. But anyway, Bret's going to go on. So I thought, wouldn't it be obvious to talk about like one of his WrestleMania matches a week before WrestleMania, his match with Steve Austin, or his Iron Man match with Shawn in '96, or his WrestleMania match against Owen in '94 at Madison Square Garden. There's just three off the top of my head. Bret has so many classic matches at WrestleMania, even tag matches. There's lots of matches, but instead he's going to do SummerSlam 1992, the week before WrestleMania, at his bar. So I'm thinking, all right, so let's just go back to 2 years ago. I'm at a funeral, a great old Stampede wrestler named Leo Burke died. And I'm at the funeral, and Bret does what he does at weddings and family functions that are more than a room full of people. Starts talking about Davey and Davey being messed up at SummerSlam, and it's like, Bret, this isn't the time or the place to be talking about this, and I'd like to talk to you in private about it. Like, I just said, I have some questions for you, and I want to talk to you about it, because what you're saying isn't true. And he's like, well, it is. It's like, okay, well, can I come over to your house? So I'm going to come on your territory to talk to you about it. 2018, another example, Mick Foley had his comedy show in Calgary. He brings Bret up on stage at the very end of the show, and I was there with my boyfriend who's just getting introduced to wrestling, and my whole family was there, and cousins and nieces and nephews, and then a sold-out house for Mick's show. Everyone was having a great time. Brings Bret up, and there's one mic, and I think he wanted Bret to just give like a funny story, quick funny story. Bret starts lamenting, much worse than what I'm doing, but he starts lamenting about, first, my two older brothers, Keith and Bruce and Keith, and that how he didn't like their wrestling style, and just really not in a funny way. It's not like at some of these comedy shows where they're gonna like roast a guy, but it's supposed to be funny. This was like, whoa, you're being really mean right now, Bret. That's really, and your two brothers are in the crowd. And then he moved on to Dynamite. Started off with a little bit of a compliment about how he was so glad to finally start wrestling Dynamite, and instead of always being lumped in with Bruce and Keith, and which was really not fair to them. They were good wrestlers as well, and they did so much of the grunt work for our family in the 70s when things were not doing well, and they did a lot to help Bret out. And if they were such embarrassments, why did he have them at the Survivor Series in whatever it was with Keith and Bruce and Owen and Bret were in that? I can't remember which one it was, but and they were just so happy to be a part of it, and they're very proud of Bret's success, and the whole family has been. So anyway, then he moved on to Jim Neidhart, and then the comedy show went like everyone's laughing so hard, tears are coming out of their eyes, and then Bret gets up there, and it just went down, 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 and then they finally just brings up Jim and Davey and SummerSlam '92, and they were doing crack cocaine, and Mick Foley's just like, and afterwards he's like, I'm sorry, I didn't know Bret was going to do that. I don't know why he did that, and it's like, it's not your fault, Mick. And
why do you think he's like that though? Like,
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if he is, wants to just whatever's left of Davies, of anyone, and anyone's legacy, just to make himself look so great, or he's that insecure that he's got to bury Davey, who's not, and Jim, and my brothers. Like it's just, I don't know. And my daughter and Harry, my kids, Harry and Georgia, called Bret out on that. Georgia phoned him and said, I know what you said at Mick Foley's show, and I think you're terrible what you've done and said about my dad, and you weren't there for him when. But anyway, that was between Bret and Georgia, and I tried to stay neutral. Harry, said something to Bret, and Bret said, well, if you got a problem with me, you know where to find me. And Harry's like, yeah, I'm not going to, get into a fist fight with Bret about it. But so, it was just like, that was in really bad taste, Bret, and everyone told you that you're wrong. Well, my kids. So Leo Burke's funeral, does it again. I know he does it at podcasts and Q&As and stuff, but I got I went and met at Bret's house, and I told him, I said, Bret, Davey was not doing crack cocaine. You were not there. Jim and Ellie were trying their very best to help him. He didn't fly in the night before after doing crack cocaine with Jim Neidhart. I said we were in England with his mom and dad for the last week and a half before SummerSlam, or 10 days. It was, and he just kept saying, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. No, you're wrong. I said, Brad, I'm not wrong. And he said, no, you're wrong. I said, well, look, these are the hospital bill, I didn't show him the x-ray, and he said, well, you're wrong. I know Davey was doing crack cocaine.
Say, for example, obviously, like, with them two being friends, and obviously, say he was doing crack cocaine, obviously he wasn't, but let's say he was, you still think Bret wouldn't still let that out into public knowledge, and you'd let Davey have, like, that proud moment, like, probably the proudest moment of his life on it that night.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, well, that's what my brother Ross said. Very similar to what you said. It's like, why would you do that to Davey? Why would you? Davey was so good to Bret. He was so good to Dynamite. We're not talking about Dynamite at this point, but he did so much for Bret. He was so loyal to Bret. I feel like he left. I feel like Bret was. I think that if Davey hadn't left WWF to support Bret in '97, with actually the contract, Davey paid $100,000 US in 1998, January of 1998, to break his WWF contract to sign with WCW, who he didn't have a great relationship with. He left them in 1993 and did his own tour in England. So, but he did that to stick with Bret. And Bret phoned him and phoned him and phoned him, nagged him and nagged him and nagged him. Now, it was Davey's call. I really didn't want him to go to WCW because I said, you already went through that with them and it didn't work out well. And you should stay, and Owen's not leaving. And my dad was saying, I think everybody's going to end up back with Vince, so maybe you shouldn't go. But Davey stood by Bret to the tune of $100,000 and then when he got there, and almost within a few weeks, he just started to realize that it was the biggest mistake of his life up to that point. And he didn't have any support there. I'm not saying Bret needed to hold his hand, or Davey was a big boy, whatever, grown up. But it's like all this stuff about you're going to be main event with me. Like, Davey didn't have an ego, but it was like, Bret, they don't have any plans for me. I left where I was on top. I was just the, in September, the European champion, and Owen and I were World Tag Team champions. And I'm like not even on the card in WCW. I'm not doing anything. And it's like, and he took, and then he lost his mom, and all got hurt, and he got all these. His sister died, and I tried to kill myself, and he went into rehab, and he broke his back, and and he got fired from WCW. But it's like, where Bret was saying that Davey was never a leader, and that Bret's the leader, and it's like, where was your leadership, Bret, when Davey was struggling? He had a definitely dependence issues on painkillers because he was in excruciating pain, and then all the heartache, but even before Owen died, and it's like realizing I left this company where I might have been world's champion, Like, I don't know. Was that something that was crossing Bret's mind? Like, I'm going to leave. I'm going to go to WCW, and they might make Davey world's champion, and I can't have that. Like, he was, he was definitely aware of Davey's um, box office, and Davey was popular, and Davey and Owen were also very close. I don't know. I'm just speculating, but I think I just think that Bret just sometimes I think I'm not going to say anymore because I don't want to be sounding like Bret, like wow 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 wow, always get over it. But I just need to hear 20 seconds of any part of that April 11th interview or some of Bret's things that he says in other podcasts, how stupid Davey looked, or he ruined the end of the match because he didn't look at the belt long enough, or he was supposed to look left and he looked right, and so he just slumped himself on the middle rope. And it's like, you're just so full of it, Bret. That never happened. That's not what was going on. And what did you want Davey to do? He just won the world's belt, the Intercontinental belt, in front of his home country, and you're the Monday morning quarterback saying he should have done this, or he looked at and then he looked at the belt too long, and I was so mad, and I just was like, so I got in the ring. It's like, well, Bret, maybe that scowl on your face is because you just lost the belt. Maybe that's what the scowl on your face was. Maybe it isn't anything to do with Davey not looking in the right direction, or Bret's like, we can, oh man, all this stuff. He's like, we were worried about time, and I thought we're not going to get all our stuff in. And then it's like, he's got Davey in a sleeper hold for like 6 minutes or something. It's like, you're so worried about time, and you're calling everything in this match, then why are you having Davey keep you in a sleeper hold for all this time if you're worried about getting all your spots in? And I'm like, milk it, Davey. And Dave's like, he runs to the ropes. It's like, he didn't run to the ropes. He's like in an army crawl, and he gets to the ropes and breaks the sleeper hold. But the fans don't want to challenge Bret on anything. It's like, okay, well, you're worried that the time is going to run out on this live pay-per-view. So why are you telling Davey to put you in a holding position of a sleeper hold? But I mean, if you do that, sometimes it is for a person to catch their breath. Yeah, probably Davey would. He's been sick for a month. So, but why couldn't he just be grateful about how beautiful that match is, and how you both gave it, instead of saying that. And I really don't know why. I don't know why he says the things that he says about other wrestlers. Poor Sheamus, something about Sheamus. Like, why are you doing that, Bret? And that's not just Sheamus. It's not just Goldberg. It's not just Hogan. It's, but he's always been kind of a sourpuss, but never really was a big lover of the Japanese style, and I know he didn't get the success that Davey and Dynamite did, and he was never that always seemed to eat away at him. It's like, well, I'm just I guess tit for tat right now, but he wants to take shots at Davey, and for those people that are, I have no right to talk about Davey. I said this about him in my book, and it's like, it's two totally different things. He and I had reconciled at the time of his death, but why can't I defend Davey when he's in the right?
Yeah.
why go? That's like, is that a law or something? Like, oh, you said something bad about him in your book, and and I take it back. I do take, but I'm not allowed to defend him, especially when he's not here to speak up for himself. And I just had it that night, and when I heard when I went to that show, I actually thought the April 11th show, I honest to God thought I was going there and Bret was going to be the way he should be about the match. Like, this was a great match, and Davey and I put on this, and I got to take my hat off to Davey. He'd been really sick. He'd been dealing with this, life-threatening infection in his leg, and like the kind of respect he would have given, like Steve Austin, if they were going through the WrestleMania match. That's what I thought. And I thought that's why I'm being invited. And I get there, and it's like an hour and a half it's like, and then I thought, I can't even go up and say anything. I was raising my hand to ask a question, and they wouldn't let me. They answered one question, and it was a really kind of a lame question. I don't know how old was Bret when he won the world's belt or something, which didn't really have to do with SummerSlam. And then they said, okay, that's it for the questions. And I was like, I had my hand in the air like one of these kids that knows the answer in school, and pick me. And they wouldn't. And then I went to go. They said Bret will be signing autographs and posing for pictures. And I went to talk to the guy that was Bret's little sidekick, and had me in the front row. And I said, you told me that was going to be respectful. And he said, you can't come up here. Everybody's looking at you. And it's like, okay. So I just thought, I know how this is going to end up. Bret will say I caused a scene, or started smashing tables, or ruined this beautiful, this lovely, light-spirited presentation he gave. And a few people, though, came up to me and they said Davey was my favorite. Davey was the best. Davey was such a good guy. Was such a good wrestler. I appreciated that. But I had a few of these Karens in the crowd that Bret's entitled to his opinion, and I wasn't like shouting or anything. One person came over to shake my hand, and I started to say that was not fair. That was so unfair what he said about Davey, and this, I don't know what you call them in England, but a Karen, they think they're always gonna, tell a person, that they need to put their mask up or whatever. Bret's entitled to his opinion, and it's like, yeah, well, he is, but doing it on that wasn't fair what he did. It was an ambush and a setup, and so that's that for that. I can't make people happy people hold it against me, things that I've done, or say I'm trying to be, relevant. Give it a break, and she's trying to be relevant. I don't even want to giving these people who say such things about me, it give them any credence at all, but they have said these things. But it's like, whatever, say whatever you want about me, but I'm gonna defend Davey. I'll defend Bret. Bret was one of the greatest wrestlers. He paid his dues. He learned well. He learned the hard way. He picked it up great. But this thing with what he has said about Davey, and subsequently some other wrestlers, and he seems to be on a roll with it. I'm not going to let it go anymore with Davey. It's just, had April 11th gone a different way, and he had honored Davey as Davey should have been, and should be, then this we I don't know, maybe you would have contacted me, but we'd be talking about, Davey's workout routine or something.
Yeah, exactly. But like that, it's not even like that. Like it's sad to hear those stories, but then there's stories like them Owen Hart and Bret Hart fighting at WrestleMania 10. Like there's loads of interesting stories that around the Hart family, but it seems at the minute like with Bret, he's sort of in this bit of state at the minute, isn't
Yeah, he is in a bit of a state. He is. It's if Owen had died a different way, would Owen be on this list too? Like if Owen had died in just hypothetically, say Owen had gone had become you know had misfortune and fell by the wayside and died. Would Bret be doing this at his match with Owen at Madison Square Garden in '94 and saying Owen was, yeah, he was drunk in this match, and yeah, he was really out of his. I had to help him here, and I told him, and like you can really build a narrative around whatever you want if you've got the audience in the palm of your hands, and your audience is like one of the biggest in the world because they love him so much or love you so much.
You know, when you would have storylines in some of the fights, like with Shawn Michaels, for example, did you enjoy that?
Yeah, I did. It was a blast. It was the best job aside from being a mom, mother to Harry and Georgia and Davey's wife. It was the best responsibility that I ever had. Um, I was, I didn't, it didn't quite take off the way, like, I kind of thought I was going to be like Miss Elizabeth, but there was only one Miss Elizabeth. But so they had me kind of as a villain, and I wasn't really. I was like, okay. And Owen was a bad guy, and Davey was a bad guy at this point. They were, and Jim Cornette was their manager, and I was involved in that, but it was pretty fun being like a bad guy with them. But some of the stuff that I heard from the crowd, woo, it it was like, wow. I never never heard such things. It was pretty out there. Some of the things the fans would say to me, and the odd time you'd see me like looking, turning my head because it would be like, I mean, some of it was actually funny, but wow, it's like that was, I can't believe you just said that to me. but but it was so much fun, and I didn't worry about anything because Davey and Owen and Jim Cornette they have my back. They didn't really give me like the details of things. I think it almost made it better that I looked a little like, I didn't need to know everything that was going to go on. It was good to have me looking like shocked and surprised, or but uh, when I grabbed the belt, uh, that nobody knew I was going to do that. I think that was kind of where I got thinking I could probably do really well in this role, but it just the angle with Shawn Michaels was it was kind of, well, it was going to look in the end, but we didn't know it at the time. But in the end, it was going to look like I actually was the one that was putting moves on Shawn Michaels
Oh,
instead
really?
of Shawn making the moves on me. And my dad caught wind of it and said, "Absolutely not. My daughter's not." Um, and then Davey just said, "I don't know, Vince, how this is going to look because I'm the one that, like, looking at it critically, I'm the one that's going to look like the idiot because, like, and then where does it go after that? Does, Diana go with Sean
Mm.
and but she comes home with me, or like, we thought of it all like that, to that level. Now it's like, you can be married to somebody and have that very same scenario, and it doesn't even matter anymore because everybody's been wised up so much about what's the mystique of wrestling, which is unfortunate in my opinion. But it it just the big one was my dad, though. He's just said that's what we were told. It's like, no, actually it's gonna come out that we've got footage or something of Diana, trying to grab Sean and get busy with Sean, and Davey just said, actually, like, Diana is my wife, though. It's not like a fictitious character. She is my wife. So how does that look when I go home? Like, she's on TV trying to, undo Sean's pants and then, she's back with me, and we're at the grocery store. He just said, Vince, it's not. And Vince just said, "Oh, I didn't know it was going to go in that, be quite that outrageous." And I think Vince, we sort of put it to Vince. Davey just said it to Vince, like, how's that look with Diana trying to undo Sean's pants? And Vince was like, well, that wasn't quite what we were going to have in mind, but if you are that opposed to that storyline, then we'll go in a different direction. So it did kind of take my like, I don't know if they knew what to do with me then. Like, we're gonna have, but that's okay. I got to do stuff with them, and then I would love to have hung in there and done more. But again, having me doing like the Miss Elizabeth, the young lady all the time, and being, just worried for her husband. It just, I don't know. Just don't think that's what they had in mind for any of their female performers. It was, they wanted them to be doing more like Sable and Marlena and Sunny. It's just, and I couldn't do any of those things anyway, even if they said, like, okay, this is what we want you to be like Sunny. I couldn't have done that role. It wouldn't have worked for me, and I couldn't do what Sable did, and I couldn't do what Marlena did. So it was all great while I was like under the the wings of Davey Owen and Jim Cornette, and then Clarence Mason to some extent. But when it all kind of took its course, it's like, and then they brought me back in briefly when I was legitimately Mrs. Calgary, and I was doing some stuff with Davey, and then I don't know. I think we were gonna do more. Truthfully, we were gonna do more after, because Davey and I had just done a workout video, and Vince was gonna put help us to market it, and then the whole thing with the Montreal screw job happened, and then was like, well, what do we do? Like, I don't know what Vince, how that was gonna look. Like, would Davey and I do like a fitness segment on the show, or where they turn Davey like real babyface against Shawn Michaels after what happened in Birmingham in September with the European belt, or would they have like turned Davey against Owen? And I don't, and they could have done that, and then I would have been like the sister with brother versus brother-in-law thing again, and Davey would have been the baby face and Owen the heel, and then they could have done that for a while and then switched it, where I'm on Owen's side, and then I double cross Owen, and then Davey's a bad guy, and I like there was a lot of things that we could have done with all of that, but it's all speculation. It's just after the Montreal thing, it just never came. Nothing ever really
You know, like
came about.
working on the business in the wrestling business, like from the mid 90s, when you went back in 2010 with WrestleMania between Bret and Vince, had the company and everything around it and the wrestling scene like totally changed at that point? Like, was it completely different?
It was a lot of things had changed. A lot of things were still the same. Like uh, even more technical, and the production level was as it is to this day. Just I don't think you can get any higher production level than what WWF or WWE does now. But it really that's a good point you bring up. It was different in 2010, and we didn't know any of that was going to happen till like late the night before,
Really?
and yeah, they said that's. I mean, and they kept, for whatever reason, because it seems like everybody in wrestling wants to tell everybody what's going on. Like we've no what they call it kayfabe. I mean, kayfabe was a big secret word when I was growing up. You wouldn't use it like loosely, but now it's like everybody knows everything. But we didn't know what was going to happen until like late the night before, and we got called down to the green room or one of these rooms. I don't know if it was a green room, and explained it was explained that we needed to all come down in our Hall of Fame outfits, and we were gonna show we'd been bought off by Vince, and one of my sisters was like no, I can't do that. She was I can't be bought off by. And then Vince was like, no, but you wait, let me explain the whole thing. But then you're gonna say, yeah, Vince, we got paid off by you, and guess what? We're keeping your money, and Brad is we're not turning on Brad. It was explained way better than that, but basically Vince paid us off to turn on Brad, and what we did was kept the money from Vince and then told Brett what Vince was doing, and so we all had the last laugh on Vince, and it was I saw Vince get hit in the head pretty hard with the chair and stuff. He took a beating, regardless of whatever they say. He took a, like, I remember looking at my sister Ellie like oh my gosh, like Brett's hitting him really hard. And then he got what did they call it? A clothesline, sort of. Harry was holding Vince up outside the ring, and then TJ clotheslined Vince. So Vince is like 9 feet up in the air, and TJ clotheslines him, and oh, that had to hurt. I mean, they handled Vince well, but just he's an older guy, doing all this stuff in the ring. Like, I was pretty impressive, and that was a great. It was nice to be all of us be a part of that, the whole family, and Harry, Natty, and TJ, and they did it. I liked that they brought in the continuity of what had happened to Brett a long time ago. Like, I love things like that when they bring back because it brings the fans of yesterday back to wrestling, and it brings the fans of today who don't know what happened back then, and it makes everybody an overall fan. Like, I just feel again, like if Harry was to wrestle Randy Orton, like, explain why they're third generation wrestlers, or explain more to the fans of that might not know who Dusty Rhodes was, or explain who Stu Hart was and why there is this thing called the dungeon, and explain, Davey and Bret and Jim Neidhart, like, and the Dynamite Kid. Like, there's so, and I really liked that whole thing with that particular WrestleMania, and I think that might have been the biggest crowd. I think it was bigger than Pontiac Silverdome, the biggest crowd I'd ever been, involved in. Before that, it would have been SummerSlam, and then alongside that, it would have been like the pay-per-views, like the Canadian Stampede.
You were really close at that point, weren't you, with the
Yeah,
Stampede?
that was a beautiful night. I like, who would have thought that all of us, the Hart family, would have gotten Brian Pillman and Owen, and because, well, I mean, just like, what are the odds of that all, the Harts doing in the Saddle Dome at a pay-per-view in this big wrestling match, and it was all because of my mom and dad. Like, I'm not taking anything away from what Vince did, but this all was because of my mom and dad. Like, I have to give credit entirely to, well, not entirely, because I have to give credit to all the wrestlers and the fans and the McMahons and there's lots of things, but because of what my mom and dad did, that's what made Stampede Wrestling, which is what brought WWE might exist without Stampede Wrestling. It just would be different. But why we were all there that night is because my mom and dad kept at it with this little Stampede Wrestling, the little engine that could. And no matter how many times the Boxing and Wrestling Commission shut my dad down or took his license away, or wrestlers, just things happening. My mom and dad kept it going, and that's part of. It's like so glad that Davey picked. Well, it was first Dynamite that came over in '78, and then Davey followed in '81. But I mean, like, what if they'd gone to New Brunswick to work in the Maritimes, or what if they'd gone to work in the Deep South, or work in Florida, or if Davey had decided to stay in South Africa and wrestle there, or like the what ifs. But they picked Calgary. Like, I do feel like God has had a hand in all of this, how it all, and despite the tragedies and this heartbreak, it's just been so many unbelievably fantastic things that have happened in my life, and I feel like there's still a lot more to come. I don't know what that's. I hope there is. I mean, but if this is how it is, and I never go to a live wrestling event. I'm not. There's no more inductions or Hall of Fames, or then I had a really wonderful time all the way up to this point. I wouldn't be talking to you, and I know I've talked a long time, but hopefully you can break it up into chunks or something. But maybe just my whole family has done a lot for wrestling, and I'm very happy to talk about what a great life it's been for us, but also maybe the fans got something out of it too. I hope so.
Yeah, definitely. With what happened with Owen, was that like the beginning of the Hart family, like, fallout after Owen died?
Yeah, it certainly gave the family, we took a hit from that, for sure. I mean, Montreal, there was a lot of arguing going on then about, how come Owen hadn't left WWF yet to join Bret, and Davey, you need to get it done right away. Like, I think Bret, because we always, we stuck together, so I feel Bret assumed everyone that Owen was going to quit. So he actually had some animosity might be too strong a word, but he was not happy that Owen didn't leave, and Owen, instead of leaving, ended up negotiating a better contract, and Owen got the $100,000 the same day that Davey sent it in a bank draft. So basically, the bonus that Owen got came from the money that Davey paid to get out of his contract. And, it was like, well, good for you, Owen. That was actually a really smart business deal. Owen didn't do it. He didn't know that was, like, he didn't know that was what was going to happen. It's just, that's how he renegotiated. But, then a few months, so that was, 98, and Bret and Owen weren't like spending all that much time together, because they're in different territories and stuff, and not different territories, companies that are completely at odds against each other. Then the tragedy of my nephew Matthew, when he died of the flesh-eating disease in '96, that was a tragedy that really brought everyone together. And Davey and our family ended up moving back to Calgary, much against Davey's poor mom and dad's wishes. Sort of, they loved Florida. They just loved it so much, and their son is going to move back to Calgary. It's like, freezing cold Calgary, it's like a day to get there. Florida is like just across the ocean, and that was such a. But when Owen died, like, we had my brothers Bruce and Ross and Davey had invested in it as well. They were getting Stampede Wrestling going again. It was gonna be called World of Wrestling, WOW. Like, wow, World of Wrestling. And Davey got sick. He had invested money in it, and we were thinking, it'll be good to get Stampede Wrestling going again to help the next generation, which was like Harry and Natty and TJ and Ted, and the future Brian Pillmans and Chris Benoit's, and they had, but when it happened, it was just like everything took a hit. Like, it was just so then it was like, well, Owen actually had helped Davey to get back in the door with WWF, and Vince McMahon was I think the idea was Davey would come back now that he'd been let go from, terminated from WCW. The idea was Davey would maybe manage Owen, and I think Owen was excited about that. I don't know what. I didn't hear Owen say ever to me that he hated the role he was in as the Blue Blazer, but knowing Owen being like me in some ways, I don't think he would have been like thrilled about that storyline that he was supposed to do with Deborah, and he was having an affair with her or something. There was some storyline, but I mean, he got along really well with Deborah, and he was really, really good friends with Jeff Jarrett, and they were the ones that were kind of involved in that storyline. So I think he was like, yeah, I don't know if I really want to do this, but he was also being the Blue Blazer at the same time. And then kind of the idea of Davey coming back as his manager or doing something with him, because it didn't look like at this point that Davey was going to wrestle again. I think he was like, yeah, we'll get this party started. We'll get Davey back, and and so Owen was really excited and pushing and got the dialogue going, and was just like, when I came to see Davey and he had spoken with Vince, this is at the hospital, he'd spoken with Vince on the phone, courtesy of Owen. It was like, I'm going back to WWF. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'm gonna go back there, and it's gonna be great. Like, he was sick and hurt, but all of a sudden it was like it was just like he had this meaning and purpose again. And I'm gonna be back with Owen. I'm back with Vince. Like, he always got along with Vince, and so then when Owen died, it was like, you're not gonna, you can't go work for them. But thinking about it though, Ethan, when Davey was in the hospital for that 2 months, Bret never visited Davey in the hospital. This isn't about Bret, but I'm just like, there obviously was something amiss there with Bret and Davey, because even before Davey went back to work with Vince after Owen died, Bret wasn't like super worried about Davey. I don't remember him being super worried about Davey and this staph infection in his knee either, but it just seemed like he had his own life to worry about, and he didn't care. But Owen was visiting Davey. He was wanting to see Davey get well again. He did leave Davey notes. I have one of the notes somewhere that he wrote to Davey about, I'm sorry your luck has been so bad. You've been, I don't know where it is. Oh yeah, here it is. Bulldog, this was April 99. Bulldog, I came by to see you 2:10 p.m. Tuesday, but I missed you. I hope you're better soon. Sorry you've been through such bad luck lately. I'll try to visit you again before I leave on Friday. Love, Owen. So, I mean, I don't know how to...
Oh, yeah.
There. So, I mean, my daughter's had it on Davey's web, on his social media. It exists. But, so when Owen died, everyone was like, you're betraying Owen. It's like, Owen... If the roles were reversed and Davey had died in a WWF accident, there's no way that I would be telling anybody that they can't do this or they can't do that, or you can't work for this guy. It's like what?
Who do you think it was just do you blame the? Because the clip that held Owen up it wasn't for a big fella like Owen, was it? To hold it. So is that what you blame the people that put him into that?
Yeah, it was whoever determined that was the right kind of harness and clip for Owen. They had used it in rehearsal that day, and it worked. I don't know what that looked like, but that clip was not the right clip for Owen. But that isn't like when you delegate and appoint people to other jobs. I tried to think of it. Well, like with my dad, like one time he had a match, like nothing happened. Everything was fine. There was no tragic ending whatsoever, but he had John Foley, the manager, in a little cage above the ring so that he would quit interfering. And that was one of the things, and getting the fans would come down to see Foley in the ring and in the cage above the ring. It was, a stunt, I guess, but just supposing whoever my dad got to, lynch that up, set the ring up above the ring, the cage up above the ring, and hoist John Foley up there, and just suppose, I don't know, something happened up there, a wire came loose and electrocuted John Foley in the in the cage. Like, I think that's just hypothetical. Like, like I know my dad would have. It would have been a tragedy. Everyone would have felt bad. My dad would have done everything he could to make things right. But in our family, with the McMahons, this was something that had never happened before. So I can't say there was a playbook on it. Like, what do you do when somebody dies when they're, you know, in the middle of the ring before a match? Like, what's at a pay-per-view? What's the playbook for this? Does the show go on? Does it not? I mean, I've seen it even in sports events. Like, somebody now because everything's so, you know, everything's so politically correct. You got to do, you know, nobody wants to be offended. So I'm not saying that that's a bad thing at all. I'm just saying, you know, somebody gets hurt. Like, there had been matches like Luther Lindsay, one of my dad's very best friends. He had walking pneumonia, you know, a tough guy, and got in the ring. You know, he was still wrestling and doing his stuff. He was this amateur wrestler turned pro, and I mean, if you look him up, Luther Lindsay, my dad carried his picture in his wallet, and my brother Ross's middle name is after Luther. He was just this, you know, it's just my dad just admired his submission wrestling skills so much. And anyway, he basically died in the ring. Something happened. He got kicked or something, but he had so much fluid in from the pneumonia, which wasn't, you know, he was carrying on and wrestling, but he didn't die in the ring, but they got him out of there, and then his friend was trying to get his clothes to take to the hospital, and they said he's already gone. Like, but I gathered he was pretty much dead when he was in the ring, but it's not televised and stuff. So I mean, lots of obvious different variables here. But what is the right thing to do? So when Owen died, Vince McMahon was trying to make amends. I mean, he phoned the house, and he got like everyone was heartbroken, everyone was upset, everyone was reacting. I don't know that they would react the same way now, but at that time, just like people when they're under stress and out of their minds with grief and stuff, I remember one of my brothers screaming at Vince McMahon on the phone and calling him every name in the book and accusing him of, you know, it's just, and Vince took it, you know, I remember when he came to Calgary and he was crying, and I'm like, I don't know Vince McMahon that well. I do feel I know him, but he like, some people are like I'm being a complete mark for him, but he cried in front of me and Davey about Owen, and that it wasn't crocodile tears. He felt terrible about it, and he was trying to make amends somehow make it right. And all of a sudden it was like, you know, no, it's a lawsuit, and it's going to be, and Bret was behind a lot of that because of the Montreal thing. It wasn't, you know, like if Bret had still been in the company and Owen was, and that happened to Owen, would Bret have been like, you know, over at Martha's and saying, Martha, you know, this is, he might have been saying to Martha, let's try to work something out here with them. But instead it was, you know, we're gonna sue them, we're gonna shut the company down, and then poor Martha, I mean, she's lost her husband. Maybe she would do it all the same today. I don't know, but she was depending on, I mean, at first it was my father whose opinion I regard higher than anybody in my families. And he was trying to work something out with Vince, and my dad said, I don't want a goddamn dime for my son's death. And Vince is saying, but I want to give you and Helen something. I want to. Linda and I want to do something. And my mom and dad were actually not in a that great of a financial situation, and they're like, my mom was like dying before our eyes after Owen died. She was just she lost her son, like, and my dad lost his son. Like, some people forget that. It wasn't just that someone lost a husband or a father or a friend or a son or a brother or a son-in-law or a wrestler. Everybody lost when Owen died, because he was such a good guy. But when my mom and dad were just, my mom she was just so sick about it. He was her little boy, her baby. And after that, it was just like, we're embroiled in this lawsuit, and we got to go through the details every day, and there's the fighting, and how come Davy's work, Davy's doing this, and Jim Neidhart's now, doing stuff with the enemy, and they just wouldn't give my mom a break. And then it was like, how come you're not signing with the rest of the family the lawsuit? So it's like, I'm not signing anything. I never expected to get anything from Owen's death. So why is everybody signing the lawsuit for Martha? Everyone in my family except for Bruce, Ellie, and I signed the lawsuit, and my mom and dad agreed to sign because they wanted to support Martha. That they thought it just wouldn't look right to. But that's not what we were talking about in the beginning. When Owen died, it was like, Vince would like to, talk. Let's talk about a settlement. Like, Martha may have gotten more money if she had talked to Vince in the first place, but that wasn't allowed to happen. It was like, that's when Bret stepped in, and it's like, oh, you don't have anything, you're. And fair enough. You were the Montreal Screwjob. You got double-crossed, broke your heart. It was terrible what happened, and you're carrying that with you to this day. But not everybody had that happen to them. It'd be like Davey saying, Vince screwed me in Birmingham. At the NEX or whatever, the one night only, or with Sean, and for the European title in the Tuesday night, and they took the European title off Davey, and the fans just about rioted. And I think that was the beginning of the dismantling of the Hart Foundation, because they knew they were going to be letting Bret go. I think they knew that Bret was going to leave. I don't know, or they're just putting their ducks in a row. If Bret does leave to go to WCW because we aren't making enough money to pay him his contract, then the Hart Foundation is really powerful. We got to break the Hart Foundation apart in case Bret does leave, and then they hit them at the knees, take them out at the knees. So that's what I think happened, is they took the European belt off Davey in England first, and then shortly after that it was announced that Bret was leaving, and then they couldn't come to a decision about how the match was going to end, and the way it ended was terrible and very unfair to Bret, but that's how it went. And but had Davey done the same thing and said, they screwed me in Birmingham, but they didn't have that issue with Davey. But I'm just I guess I'm not always trying to paint a picture to make, justify my decisions or Davey's decisions, but what happened when Owen died and afterwards, it's like, well, Brett, not everybody, we weren't, the Montreal screw job, the family supported you as much as they could. I mean, how much more could Davey have supported Brett? Like it was probably as Davey said, it was the biggest mistake of his life up to that point. But when Owen died, it was like, well, you can't work for him. It's like, well, what is Davey supposed to do? And I never had any issues with Martha at this point. She wasn't on bad terms with our family or with me, but and had it gone differently, I mean, how it was a really such a terrible thing to happen. But you can't bring Owen back. And what can we do now in moving forward? Like if the tables were turned, sometimes people don't want to look at it from the other person's perspective. But if the tables were turned, if it had been Davey that died, and Owen would I be right in saying to Owen, Davey died and you can't go work for Vince, even though Davey's the one who just got you your job back? Owen might have said, well, Diana, I've got a family to feed, and I got fired from the other company. I've got nowhere to go, and I don't have options. I don't have a teaching degree. I'm not a part-time fireman. I don't own a gym. I don't have a car dealership. I don't have, my family and I are struggling. That's not, and even if we weren't, but we were, but even if we weren't, it wasn't, I don't feel like Davey, was sold a soul to the devil to go back and work for Vince. But that was and to this day, I haven't spoken to Martha since Owen's funeral. I haven't seen her or their kids, Oj and Athena. My kids have bumped into the kids and Martha here and there, and she's always very pleasant with them, but I don't know if she has any use for me. But had it gone a different way, or perhaps if she had been listening to my mom and dad and decided to take a different course of action instead of I don't know, but instead of suing Vince,
how do you feel about like how she? There's two sides to every storyline, but like Bret says, it's a shame that she kind of keeps all of. It's like she's trying to erase Owen's wrestling career, isn't it? Like she keeps all his wrestling tapes and copyrights to all like his name and everything. How do you feel about that?
I think the word Bret used in one interview I heard, someone had sent it to me, said that Martha, it was when the WWE was trying to do an Owen Hart DVD, like to honor Owen, like, I don't know, about 8 years ago or something. And he said Martha had handcuffed the WWE from doing anything really, to really honor Owen. It was kind of a lame or a lame biography on Owen. I mean, some fans loved it and were, crying because they thought it was, but it was very sanitized, and the WWF was kept on a very short leash. They couldn't really, and that was because Martha wouldn't authorize them to use a lot of footage. So it's like, okay, well, I guess that's your call, Martha. but you are depriving the world and Owens fans of a lot of joy. I mean, I would do it differently, but Martha's that's it's her call. I mean, she's got the final say there, but it's too bad. I mean, she's I don't know. I wish it had worked out differently, but the fans, Owens fans they really love him. They love Martha. They support her, whatever she's going to do or whatever she does. But it would sure make them happy if she would decide to, open the door up. But she won't. She despises WWE, and if anything bad happens to them, I think she isn't sad about it, but it is a company where Owen went to work every day and had a really great life and provided a nice life for her and her children. And the outpouring of emotion and support for her and our family after Owen died was just breathtaking and heartbreaking. Like it was so touching. And meanwhile, we were all fighting in the background about what and people sometimes they'll say, "Oh, the Harts are fighting again." It's like, well, no, we never were fighting. The only time that we were really fighting was because after Owen died, of how to handle it, and Martha seemed to even be thinking that it was murder. And it's like, well, it's not murder. And like, well, how dare you say it wasn't murder? You're player hating. You're not on the right team, and what's wrong with you? It's like, well, it wasn't murder. How do you know? I ended up being, it was reduced to manslaughter, but it's like, I've heard people in my family say that Vince murdered Owen. It's like, he didn't murder Owen. And then you get these, well, shame on you. It's like, well, okay, I guess shame on me, but Vince didn't murder Owen. It was a terrible accident, and if you could turn back time, how many people would, the things that you would turn back time on. I wish I did this, I wish I did that. I remember at Owen's funeral, Martha was crying, and she said the last time she saw Owen, because they're getting ready to move into their new home, and he gave her a kiss, and she was like kind of in a hurry, and she just gave him a quick kiss, and you don't think that's going to be the last time you see him. And at the same time, you don't want to become like where you can't stop hugging a person because oh, I may never see you again. Like it's, you just don't know. There's no rule book for these things. So again with Vince, and he decided to have the show carry on. I don't think anyone knew what to do. A lot of people said, oh, he should have stopped the show. I don't know. I remember, and where I get my opinions from are because I listened to what my dad said, and he said he didn't know what he would have done if he had been in that situation. He didn't say what he didn't say I wouldn't have done that, or I would have done that. I would have or wouldn't have. He just said, I don't know what I would have done if I was in Vince's shoes. And that's the kind of man, my dad was. He tried to look at things from the other person's point of view. He was able to tell if somebody was, if there was malice or, you know, and malice and negligence are two different things. You can be negligent and cause something to happen, and or you can be malicious and cause something to happen. They're two different things. Whoever Vince appointed to take care of Owen's harness that day, well, somebody was negligent, but I don't believe there was anyone malicious in that. Like, I'm gonna go up there and I'm gonna make sure that it's like, no, that if that's how everyone's gonna think about everything, then I don't know. It's a sad state then, because where does that kind of thinking end? But yeah, it's just when Owen died, though. Yeah, that was kind of when things did. Nobody really rebounded from that. Davey didn't. The Stampede Wrestling, that was getting off the ground. I mean, it didn't have anything to do with Owen, but my brothers were running it, and the practices were going on at the house, which was the headquarters for all of this, and my mom was just dying before our eyes. I mean, when she went into her coma, that was unexpected, but that took the light out of her. Yeah, that was pretty. And then, just being stuck in this lawsuit, and she didn't, because three of her children didn't sign the lawsuit. Then it was like almost like my mom and dad weren't supposed to be civil to their three kids. And it's like my dad was saying, Ellie and Diana haven't done anything wrong. And it's not like, well, we're just looking out for our husbands because we're money hungry, the money hungry daughters. And my dad stood up for us, and our mom did too. But she didn't have that fight left in her that my dad did. And then when my mom died, I think that really did take the light out of my dad. And then after Davey died, it was just, he was fading even more, and but I'm really grateful that there was a settlement at the end before my mom and dad died, so that they were able to have a little, have a breath, because they had there was a land deal with some land across the highway that should have been priceless for my mom and dad, and it was going to be what they would sell when the time came. And then when the time came, they're like, we're going to sell it. The city wouldn't give my dad the water rights to it, so it was basically sterilized land. And nobody, to this day it's sterilized land, but it's land that was in front of the house, but the highway divided it. But it probably has the nicest view of the whole city. And they said, well, sorry, Stu, you made that deal with somebody who's not even alive now, and we're not honoring it. And but do you want to sell your house and the land that it's on, because we can put condos up there? And then my mom and dad were almost forced to do that, and they had to get into a fight against the city over. And then there were people saying, like, well, this is a good thing for Stu and Helen, selling the house and all the work. And it's like, no, that's going to kill my mom and dad. They're like, 4 dogs and like 8 cats, 38 grandchildren, 10 kids. Like, where... I'm not being selfish, but I remember arguing with one of these developers who was offering my mom and dad money for the house. And I just, went in and basically told him off. It's like, You can't put my mom and dad in a little retirement house and think that that's going to make them happy because they don't have to worry about yard work anymore. It's like, you don't know my mom and dad. And he's like, they don't have to worry about, you know, um, all these cars in the yard. And it's like, you don't know my mom and dad at all. This is what keeps them going. To you, this might look like a big, like a big mess. But this is what my mom and dad love. You don't know my mom and dad at all. And I know my mom and dad appreciated me sticking up for them because there were a few in the family that were like pushing them. Yeah, this would be good, and you'll get a nice little nest egg, and you get a condo, and you can pick out, have not worry, and you'll get everything brand new. And it's like, do you even realize the stress it would probably kill them, just the idea of what they have to get rid of before moving in, all the memories of they're at the last part of their lives. Do you think our mom is going to live another 10 years to enjoy all these supposed perks of moving into a condo? Like, her health isn't great. I mean, she was, she was functioning and stuff. But her health wasn't great. And when Owen died, that was what really just finished her. And my dad just, so when all this shit was going on with Davey and me, and after Owen died, and it's like, and his mom died, and usually you have your some parents that you can go to when you're, but it's like our mom and dad were dealing with their own really, well, we were all dealing with the tragedy of Owen, but it was my mom and dad's, it was so hard for them. And Davey's mom was gone, and all of a sudden he and I had no guidance. And then you start going back, you start listening to people that don't even know you, have no idea what kind of life you've lived, and telling you that, yeah, this is the best thing, is you should divorce Davey, and he's not going to change. And it's like, no, this but if I had just listened to my mom and dad, or that's when Davey needed me the most, and I needed him the most. But he wasn't in a position at this point because he couldn't anymore. He didn't have his mom. He lost his sister. He lost his best friend. He didn't know that. I know he was realizing his wrestling days were numbered. But and what am I going to do? But the idea of later on, doing stuff with Harry. But at this point, he could have managed Harry for sure, and that would have really, who knows how phenomenal that would have been. Like the whole wrestling dynamics today might be different. Harry might be the guy that's on every on the cereal boxes and stuff, and Davey is the father and son. Like they who knows where that would have gone. But
You know, with Davey, when he got that injury in the ring with the trapdoor,
yeah.
would you say that incident was like the beginning of the end for your relationship? What followed after that with the like the reliance on painkillers and the addictions and things?
Yeah, it was he was starting to uh, get, when he realized WCW was a bad move, and what a mistake he had made. He started to kind of give up on. It's kind of like, like I don't care what I eat. I don't care if I, whatever. I don't care. Who am I on with? I don't care. Like he lost his motivation and was starting to. I know he had a lot of pain already, like his entire body. I mean, he almost broke his neck in '89. That was terrible. All the injuries and pain from that, but in a car accident. But he had a lot of pain, so he was using the painkillers. But I think now it's like getting into spring of 1998. He's thinking, yeah, these are making things go away. You know, Diana doesn't like me to drink. She's got a real, hang up about that. So taking pills and starting to get a little, he just didn't care as much anymore. And it's like, yeah, these pills are to get rid of the pain. So I'm not doing anything wrong, right, Diana? I need these to take. But then when he hurt his back at the fall brawl, then it really went up a lot. Like and then I was aware of that he actually was shooting morphine now to get the pain to go away, and I freaked out about that, and but I had, I was seeing things deteriorating in our finances and our marriage because of how things were going from the pills, I guess, and just, and I'm losing it as well, and I'm trying to get Davey to keep it together, and I can't keep it together, and he's trying to get me to keep it together, and he can't keep it together. And then he lost his sister in November of '98, and then I tried to kill myself, which was really bad and a terrible thing that I can't, get over that I did that. What I put my parents through and my kids, and and then Davey went into rehab. Like I tell you, I've made so many mistakes. Just I was, and then he went into rehab and came out at the beginning of '99, and then his mom died, and he was there when she died. He got home in time to see her, but he was absolutely devastated when she died. And then he finds out, his back there really is something wrong with your back. You're not just addicted to, because he said, I did something. Well, no, you didn't. You're just addicted to pills. And I was probably part of that, who was parroting that. It's like, you can't do this. You can't get. It's like, yeah, but he's got a broken back, Diana. Like, what, and he's like hurting in his heart. And I'm not trying to make Davey into like some little, fluffy little weakling. He was really suffering though, and so, and then you get hanging around these people that, in my case, this is a great time to decide to write for me to tell my story to some woman that I don't really know. I did know her, but not that well. I just tried to kill myself. We lost all of our money. We're going through a divorce. You're one of the ones telling me to get a divorce. My husband's losing it. My brother died. My mom and dad are not doing well. Like, yeah, I'm gonna give a real fair assessment of my life at this point. It's like, but I don't know what kind of person thinks that's a good idea, to get a person to, and then you misinterpret her words, and then after it's done, say, you got to go through, the book is selling like hotcakes. It's the best sellers list, and don't worry about the bad publicity and all the shit in it. We'll just keep going. They'll do a movie out of this, and you'll have. Don't worry. It's like, yeah, but the book, it's not fair. No. You're the old girl. You got Stockholm syndrome. It's like, no, I don't. What the fuck is Stockholm syndrome? But you're sympathizing with the people that were abusing you. It's like, I wasn't abused. Like afterwards, like 2 years later, it's like, I wasn't abused. That was your opinion. I wasn't abused. My family wasn't this, like the Addams family and the Munsters. Like, yeah, we were different. We actually were kind of proud of how different we were, and that we went against authority, and that's why we were in the wrestling business. That's why my dad didn't want a union. Like, we were just always not. That's how I was raised, but it's like, no, you're well, your father was not a good businessman if he didn't have a union. It's like, he didn't want his wrestlers getting together one night and saying, Stu, we need days off in between. Like, in fairness to my dad, the wrestlers loved working for him, and if it was 7 days a week, they loved it. And if they had a bad knee, my dad would say, are you able to wrestle? And they would say, yes, Stu, because they wanted to wrestle. It wasn't like, Stu's he's gonna fire me. And that was a big thing about Vince McMahon that I've heard, that he'll fire you if you were hurt. He was gonna fire Dynamite. It's like, no, that was not the case. And I saw it with Davey and his infections and all the times. I never really have seen that in any wrestling promotion. In WCW, when they did fire Davey, but he had basically been off since, I don't know, getting into December, where he just said, I can't work, and he was just at home. And then he did the rehab, and then his mom died, and it's like more and more time off. Then he's got the broken back. It's now official. He has a broken back, and it's infected. So they just said, we can't use you anymore. So we'll have to let you go. But for a long time, I was kind of like, he broke his back because of the steel trap door in WCW. It was going to go anyway one of these days, with all that Davey had done on his body. If you do have a game plan or something to fall back on, that might be where people say, yeah, but if you had a union, the union would protect you. But I don't know about that. I hear people all the time talking about their unions, and they're not getting anything out of and then they go on strike. So, but I know there are people that really have meant the best in trying to get like an organization for wrestlers and something for them. All I know is my dad never wanted a union, and he looked after his wrestlers, but if they got hurt and they went on to another territory, if you're going to say one day later, oh yeah, I hurt my knee specifically in Stampede Wrestling, and I'm now going to sue Stu Hart because that wouldn't have been in wrestling. It could happen anywhere. It could happen when you're training. But anyway, I get political about unions. I know that a lot of people are good friends of mine that have wanted to get a union in wrestling, and they have to the best plan, like how it would be so great for the wrestlers. But wrestlers are independent contractors. They're independent for a reason. They don't want to be told, where to go or what to do, or you didn't. That's why they're wrestlers. That's what makes the wrestlers and the wrestling different than that's why they get into it. It's because it's like the last frontier for the outlaws.
I wanted to ask as well as yourself keeping Davy's legacy alive, how proud are you of Georgia and Harry to be keeping his legacy alive as well?
Oh, I'm so proud of them. They. It seemed like Harry was the one that was bringing all the attention to Davy because he looks like his dad in the wrestling, and he's done so well in Japan. He wrestles as Davy Boy Smith Jr. and uh, he's a pure wrestler. He's not one of these idiots that does like this in the ring. This really bugs him. This, like, what is this? Like, or they'll get on the top rope and do that, like, to get the crowd to, start clapping or something. It's like, just wrestle. Just go out and wrestle. To quit with the pantomime and the. I understand that there's some showmanship. I love showmanship. I love Hulk Hogan. I love the Ric Flair and the robes and I love all of that, but but I love wrestling. The fundamentals of it, and working a hold and one body part and breaking the body down, and you know, getting the big guy to finally fall off his feet, like Andre. The strategy like Bret and Jim had against him in the Battle Royal and WrestleMania 2, and nowadays it's nothing seems to make any sense to me, but they still work hard. It's just I don't understand it. But Harry is a purist, and he takes good care of his health, and he's similar to Davey in how he loves his fans. It is kind of unfortunate at some of these conventions and stuff where you're paid by the promoter and the promoter to sign autographs, but the promoter charges the fans for the autographs and the pictures. And then if the wrestler leaves to go, get a coffee or something, and a fan wants an autograph, the promoter's like, you can't sign autographs for the fans because they need to pay me because that's how I make my money now. That's how we're doing it nowadays. It's not how it was in your grandpa's day, Harry, or your dad's days, where you sign autographs because it's part of being grateful to your fans for what they've done for you. Now it's like if the promoter's paying you to come out to a convention to sign photographs or do selfies, you can't sign pictures for people outside of that, because then why are they going to pay the promoter to get their picture taken with you? So sometimes that's hard for Harry, because I don't know if people understand that as why he doesn't always, or wrestlers in general don't always sign autographs, because they have an agreement with the promoter. But anyway, Harry, he's a real he's just such a great extension of Davy's legacy, because of how he is a phenomenal wrestler. He loves that Japanese style, which honors Davy. He does it well. He's not half-baked about it, or getting it through nepotism. Absolutely not. Harry hasn't gotten anything through nepotism. He doesn't get anything because he's his dad's, Davy's son.
Do you think he's had to work harder with it coming from the Hart family and the British Bulldog?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, people expect you to be, you know, like you're held in. They'll compare you to your dad or your grandfather or your uncles, and you know, so Harry really does. He tries, gives it 100%. You know, he's a really good person, and very much like his father with the impersonations, and he's a good little prankster. And I'm he looks a lot like Davey. He looks a lot like my dad too, and I'd love to see him go back to WWE and have. I feel like it would honor Davey's legacy if he could have a. It's not like he's getting that old or he's, you know, looking to retire or anything, but I just, before things get, you know, become so different, like if he wrestled Randy Orton or Cody Rhodes, or like in another 5 years these guys might be retired, and you know, these great matches that could happen. I would love to see Harry wrestle Drew McIntyre, or I mean, he'd have a good match with so many guys. It's just those are some that come to mind because they know Harry and his style, and they're big. And there's the generational thing with Cody and Randy, and Natty is still there. So, and Natty's such a good technical wrestler. Their submission wrestling as well. 'Cause she trained a lot with Harry and Tokyo Joe in Calgary. So with TJ in the early days, so she knows a lot about that. It's just be a nice little fit there if it could happen before it can't happen, you know, before, you know, they're not there, and you know, no longer, they're retired, I guess is what I'm saying. And then with Georgia and Davey's social media, she was inspired by Bruce Lee's daughter. It was many years ago, and she was trying to get Davey's name verified, and it was like, we can't do it on social media. It was hard to get a person who's not alive get their account verified, but that was where Bruce Lee's daughter had inspired her with what she did with her father, with Bruce Lee's social media, and she presented that to WWE, and they helped her in getting it verified. But she's had to do so much of the work herself, and every day she's on there posting stuff about Davey, and she's in contact with people all over the world, getting, you know, books or pictures or videos or commercials that they filmed on their TV in Germany, or someone in the Philippines took, you know, handheld footage of Davey and Lex Luger wrestling Owen. I think it was Owen and Yokozuna. Can't remember I think it was Owen. Yeah, Owen was such a prankster with Lex and some of his stuff, but funny, you know, sweet stuff. But with Georgia's, also her appearance, she looks a lot like her dad. I think more so than Harry, but she's got naturally curly dark hair, which Davey had. Harry's is more like mine, and it's darker now because, you know, kind of like dark brown. But he was blonde growing up. But anyway, Georgia's got, I think, so much of her dad in her, but because she's not a physical wrestler, it is often just assumed that Harry's like the spitting image of Davey. But Georgia is as much as anyone. They both have that wicked sense of humor. Very very devoted to their father's legacy, and they went through a lot when they lost him, but they always knew what a great man Davey was, and he was a good father. It's he didn't die with drugs in his system, or I don't actually know how he died, but they honor their dad for all the best reasons. They'll fight for their dad to be honored fairly. And Georgia was very instrumental in getting Davey inducted into the Hall of Fame. You know, she and there was a guy in England named Michael Finney who was getting the petition signed to get so many people to sign, and it was all over the world, but a lot in England, bringing awareness to, because some people thought Davey already had been inducted in WWE Hall of Fame. And yeah, Michael worked hard with Georgia on that, and you know, she just tirelessly is on. She's got a store on with Pro Wrestling Tees, and also with Wrestle Merch UK, which you know, they've got really unbelievable stuff of Davey, hoodies and cups and clothing and dolls and bobbleheads, and this kind of stepped up WWE's game for Davey, you know, with what they do to market him. And I mean, that's all because of Georgia. You know, Harry helps as well because he's an international wrestler, and people will see him and then want to look up Davey's page because they've been inspired by Harry, and then they'll find his page. But that's all done through Georgia, and I'm just like incredibly proud of them, and they just honor their dad with dignity and love. Long live the British Bulldogs, and long live Davey, and it's through our kids that will happen.
Definitely, I like keeping British Bulldog's legacy alive. That's one way of keeping that whole thing alive as well.
Yeah, yes. Anything you can do to help keep his good legacy alive, I'd be grateful. He deserves it.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah,
Yeah, he was a good guy. He was a great wrestler. He was a really good guy.
yeah, that's good to hear. Yeah, that he was good inside and outside the ring.
Yeah, a little tidbit. He had tried out um, through an entertainment lawyer to be when they were looking for the next James Bond. It was right around the Timothy Dalton time,
Really?
and he was around 93, and he wasn't with any particular, like, he was with WCW, but he had some like contract clauses that he. So that would have been pretty neat if he had. You know, if they had picked him, but at that time, I think they were looking for someone a little more streamlined, I guess, body wise. It was many years later when they got Daniel Craig to be the James Bond with that, you know, more. But they were all pretty fit, the James Bonds in general. But he would have been a good one. I mean, he could do all his own stunts. He could ride motorcycles, and he could cliff dive, and you know, he knew how to shoot a gun. He was pretty good with all that stuff because he had a curiosity about all that, and all the, you know, training in different gyms around the world. You meet people, and it's like, you know, I got a race car collection, or I got a motorbike, or knife collection, or guns, and he got to be pretty worldly with some really cool stuff that, you know, would have made him a natural, I think, for like a James Bond role, or some of these things now, like these roles that The Rock has gotten into and stuff. But Davey he's just a little ahead of all that came later. I think maybe The Rock sort of got that started, but Roddy Piper with They Live. Wow, did he ever do a good job in that movie? Whereabouts are you from in England?
Leeds.
Leeds. Ah, yes. Okay, I do think maybe you mentioned that now that and you've got a northern accent.
Yeah,
A little different than the Lancashire, but it's still that northern,
yeah.
which I.
It's only about like an hour and a half away.
when Davey first came to Calgary, they billed him out of Leeds,
Yeah, how could that
England.
happen? Because he came out of building his Leeds at SummerSlam as well, but sometimes it'd be like Wigan or Manchester, wouldn't it?
He's from Galborn, but I guess Wigan is pretty close to Galborn, bigger, a little bigger. But when they brought him over to Calgary in the first place, because of the secrecy of wrestling, they didn't want anyone to know that Davey and Dynamite were cousins because they were going to be Davey would be wrestling against him. Dynamite was a villain, and Davey was being brought to Calgary as a good guy, a baby face. So they didn't want anyone. That was my brother Ross's idea. It's like, well, just protecting the wrestling. They didn't want anyone knowing he's Dynamite Kid's cousin. So they were going to announce him from a different part of England, and they already had a wrestler from Liverpool, and they had another wrestler from, I think Dynamite was coming in as Manchester, England. So Ross said, we'll have him come in, we'll announce him as coming out of Leeds, England. So that's how that all started. And,
I never knew that.
when you realize they were actually a little ways apart, Galborn or Wigan compared to Leeds. And when Davey got to Calgary, he didn't even know that they were going to announce him as coming out of Leeds. He just went down to the ring and coming out of at 190 pounds, or they might have had him at 200 pounds, but he was about 180 pounds at 18 years of age. So that's out of Leeds, England, and that's how that started. All to protect the wrestling, because they didn't want the fans to know Davey and Dynamite were cousins. Because how could two cousins be wrestling against each other?
That's ironic, really. Then Bret and Owen fight at WrestleMania years later.
Yeah, yeah, right. And brother-in-law versus brother, and
Yeah, exactly.
but that's they made a storyline out of that, and was legitimate, and what a good one that was. I think Owen's villain character was my favorite for Owen. But when he was so funny.
Was he like the prankster of the family then?
Yeah, he learned a lot from his older brothers and sisters. I was a scapegoat for a lot of his pranks, but he learned a lot from the older brothers and sisters, and the older brothers. My brother Dean, Bruce, Smith, but Smith not so much the pranks, but Smith's sarcasm, and Bruce and Dean the pranks. Dean the impersonations. Owen was pretty good with the impersonating, and so he was hilarious though. And they were pretty good spirited pranks. They weren't like gonna.
Yeah, like nasty or anything.
Yeah, no, he was mischievous little rascal, and I'm sure that was part of Martha's love for him, was because she must have gotten some little pranks. Like he had one. This was just a little bit of mischief. He would tie the raw bacon strip around the cat's tail, and then the other cat would try, be constantly chasing the other cat, kind of trying to, get the bacon off the cat, and the other cat would be just little things like that. He's always thinking about, he wasn't just sitting there with nothing going on in his head. He'd be thinking of, how could I turn that into something to amuse me for the next few minutes?
It's a shame he's not like in the Hall of Fame or anything like that, like we touched on before, but maybe one day.
I know Martha has the AEW has their Owen Hart. They have a Hall of Fame and of some sort now, and the Owen Hart Cup, but I don't know how. I mean, nothing's impossible, but he's in their Hall of Fame, but he never wrestled for them, and they don't own any of his footage. So it's, but I guess Martha is trying to give Owens fans something going forward. They can't do anything if she's not going to let WWE use the footage of Owen, then no one else is able to use it either. So
Yeah.
so that, but the fans can, I guess, look somehow towards the new wrestlers, where they have the Owen Hart Cup, and people will wrestle in hopes of winning that cup that's in honor of Owen. So there's some memorial, like there, I like the memorial worth of that is, but yeah. Anyway, that's maybe she'll change her mind one day. I don't know. I don't know how.
Yeah, it's been too long, really, hasn't it? Like,
Yeah, it's. I know she and I both lost our husbands in different ways. I think she was almost offended that I said we both lost our husbands, and how could I be? She lost her husband in a like Davey and Owen were. Like Davey, he was a joke how he died, and when Owen died, it was. But it's like, no, and knowing what I know now too about Davey's, how he, or I actually don't know how he died, but knowing he did, it was not drug related, and I don't even know if he had it, if it was heart, like what actually happened to his heart. It wasn't that much of an enlarged heart, but we probably could have comforted each other a lot over the years and told a lot of good stories with each other. But you know, she's not missing out by not having me in her direct dial on her phone, and you know, but I feel like I missed out without having her. I mean, she was a good friend, and I missed out not ever getting to know her kids. But that's okay as long as they're doing well. Like, you know, that's what Owen would want, is them to be doing well.
yeah,
So
yeah, like we mentioned, like how it tore the family apart in a shame, really, innit?
yeah, he would never have ever wanted that.
Yeah,
He wouldn't have. He would have been one of the first to, you know, speak up to and say, "Listen, everybody, we gotta, you know, what's wrong with everyone? We got this. Let's work together. Let's make the best of this instead of the." But you know, what can you do? It's done, and I'm not taking it lightly. You know, making light of it. That's what I meant to say. I'm not making light of any of it, but what can you do? You
yeah,
know, Martha's got the Owen Hart Foundation, and she's done a lot of really good things, and that's a great way to honor Owen. It's a charity, then it helps people in need, lots of people in need, and I believe she's carrying it on beyond Calgary's territory, goes on to other places, and so that's a great thing that she's doing with that, and it's been going on for quite a while. So you know, Owen would be very proud of her and I think her kids are involved in that in some capacity, but you know, they got other things going on as well, so they help her out for special events and stuff. But so she's done a lot to be proud of, so in Owen's name.
definitely. Yeah. To finish off, really, what is life like for you these days, then?
Ah, it's it's good. I'm in Calgary. It's been, my daughter lives in Florida. I would love to be back in Florida with her and Harry as well, but I don't see that happening unless Harry, decides to, go back to work for one of the big companies, because he works in Japan a lot and does independent. So, but yeah, for me, I I started writing. So I wrote three books, three that I'm really proud of. They're fiction novels, and it was a trilogy called Cauliflower Heart, Heart, and cauliflower like cauliflower ear. So it's a play on words. The cauliflower ear you need to get the heart, like the tough heart. You got to get it from, I don't want to say, leather heart or something like that, or hardwood heart or something. So cauliflower heart, and it's about a girl, a girl and boy that grow up in a wrestling family. So I definitely drew on my own life experiences, but it's not about me. But there are things that that I saw, so I could write well about and incorporate them. And I've been trying to get another book, like another series based on like the next generation of that, but I had a writer's block, and it's very, very frustrating. I just can't, because I can't figure out, I can't get past it, because when I started Cauliflower Heart, it all just started to come together, and I knew how it was going to end. And right now, I can't figure out how it's going to end, so I just don't know. One day I'll write like, you know, 85 pages because I think it's going to end this way, and then like 3 days later I'll start writing, and it's like, no, I don't want to have it end that way, so I got to change all of that. I just need to decide, that is the expression, decide to decide. But decide to decide. I got to just get an ending and stick with it. But like in wrestling, when you keep changing the finishes, it gets to be like a real, when you finally get to WrestleMania, it's like, yeah, but like 8 months ago when you were planning WrestleMania, you had it with this guy and that guy, and you're going to build it from there to, and then WrestleMania looks nothing. It's none of it makes any sense. I'm not saying that that's what happens at WrestleManias, but it seems sometimes like it doesn't make any sense how they came up with what they come up with. And it reminds me of my books. Like right now, I can't. If I just could get the ending figured out, I probably could get this book and maybe a few others, and then on a podcast like this, I could talk about it instead of. Although I hope you enjoyed some of my lamenting and going down memory lane and stuff.
Yeah, it's been brilliant hearing all the stories and your experiences in life and things like that. Thank you so much again. It's been an absolute pleasure to speak to you.
Oh,
Um,
thank you.
yeah, thank you. The Hart family, how important you are in wrestling, like it shouldn't be understated. And like I say, it's great to speak to you and hear all the brilliant stories.
It was great to talk with you. I feel like you're my psychiatrist. So thank you. Um, let me know. I mean, we keep in touch, but how I can get this when it's finally ready to go, and however you present it, so maybe I can put it on my website, which is officialdianahart.com.
Okay, I'll leave a link in the description to your website and everything like that. Yeah,
Okay.
but yeah, I'll
Thank
let
you.
you. I'll keep in touch. I'll let you know when it's ready.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you for letting me be behind the curtain.
Anytime, honestly, anytime.
If I ever get to Leeds one of these days or get up northern England, uh, well, come and see me if you can, or so I
Yeah,
can meet you in person.
yeah, definitely. I'll have to keep in touch. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you spend a lot of time with someone on a podcast, you do get to know them.